Everyone, thank you very much for joining us despite your busy schedule today. It is time to start this program, so we would like to begin the International Association for Traffic Safety's Research Project Reporting and Award Ceremony. In order for more people to be able to participate on this program, we open this up for the remote access as well. And today's reporting session, we are going to have 4 reports from FY 2023 research project. You have today's schedule, reporting program materials, and award program materials, and commentary sheets. So if you have any insufficiencies, please let us know. Those who are participating from remote locations, we have distributed the reporting material and also award ceremony materials in advance, so please refer to those as you listen to this program. And for the commentary sheet, you will be guided to the survey sheet immediately after this ceremony when this Zoom connection is terminated. And please feel free to give us your candid opinion. Everybody, so we would like to get started with the fiscal year 2023 International Association for Traffic Safety's Research Project Reporting and Award Ceremony. On behalf of this IATSS, we would like to invite the president of this association, Mr. Takeuchi, to give you the opening remark. Hello everyone, I am Takeichi from International Association for Traffic Safety. And thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us today. I would like to express our sincere gratitude for your participation, and also, first of all, I would like to express my deepest condolences to those affected by Noto Peninsula earthquake on New Year's Day, and sincerely hope for the earliest possible recovery of affected areas. Today's traffic environment is undergoing major changes, and there's an even greater need for consideration for environment. There's an urgent need to spread electric vehicles, developing charging infrastructures, and improvement of the battery technology. And furthermore, the development of the self-driving cars and mobility services are asking for solutions based on AI technology to be proliferate. So our investigatory research division of IATSS, we have covered 16 themes and the projects, including these issues that embody the characteristics of the IATSS, such as internationality, transdisciplinarity, and foresight and practicality. So today, we are going to focus on the 4 themes. And after the presentation, there will be Q&A session. And we are looking forward to hearing your opinions and questions. And this year marks 50th anniversary of the establishment of IATSS. We are able to continue to act on these IATSS thanks to your understanding and support, and we are deeply grateful for that. With your continued cooperation, we will develop research and surveys for realization of an ideal transportation society. Lastly, I hope that today's research project report program will be useful to you and be a place where you can gain your knowledge. Please take care of your health, and I wish your continued success. Once again, thank you very much for your time today. Mr. Takeuchi, thank you very much. So now we would like to move on to the research project reporting session. And the first half of this program will be moderated by Mr. Tomohiro Ichinose, Professor of Keio University. Mr. Ichinose, over to you.
Thank you very much for your introduction. I'm from Keio University. My name is Ichinose. And I'm a moderator for the first two topics of the reportings of researchers. For each project, we're going to have 30-minute presentation followed by 15-minute Q&A session. I'd really appreciate your active participation during Q&A session. The first presentation is Voluntary Research Project, and the theme is Feasibility Study of Drivers Yielding Behavior to the Pedestrians at Unsignalized Crossing. And the presentation will be by Professor Kobayakawa from Nihon University, as well as Mr. Nobuhiro Yoshihira, a researcher from the same university. Over to you, please. Thank you very much for your introduction. I'm Kobayakawa from Nihon University. First, I'd like to say thank you for choosing our project and giving us this opportunity to talk about our researches and present. Thank you very much. And our study is about drivers yielding behavior to the pedestrians at unsignalized crossings. And we newly proposed this research last year, and this is a 3-year research. So we just finished the first year of the research. So my report is about this 1 year out of this 3-year entire project. So first, I'd like to share the background and overview of the project in the first half of my presentation, and in the second half, a researcher from graduate school of our university will be presenting, and I will take over again at the summary session at the end of the presentation.
プロジェクトのメンバーですけども、IATSSの会員としましては、私がリーダーさせていただきまして、関根先生
As project members, I'm a leader from IATSS, and we also have Professor Sekine and Takubo-san, Hiroga-san, and Matsuhashi-san. And advisors, we have Professor Takara and Professor Fukuda, and also Matsumura-san, and also Professor Kikuchi and Otani-san. And here's the background of the project. In recent years, there's a strong demand for sustainable traffic signal management. The National Police Agency asked each prefectural police to think about the sustainable traffic management operation. As a background, we are using more obsolete traffic signals. And also, in future, we'll see the increase of crossings without any traffic signals. That's why we need this kind of sustainable operation. And here is a figure published by Jeff about the percentage of stopping at crosswalks, and national average is 39.8%, meaning over 50% of the people don't stop at the crossings. On the other hand, it's becoming a bit more difficult to install traffic signals, so we need to think about how to ensure safety in these kind of crosswalks without traffic signals. And I understand there are so many people from police, so going to explain details, but usually we use these traffic signs and zebra signs and pedestrian marks to ensure safety. And other than that, to ensure safety, overhang traffic signs or colored pavement are also utilized. However, this is not enough. We need to discuss what kind of safety measures can be implemented in those crossings without traffic signals. So let's see overseas situation. Outside Japan, there are some systems installed utilizing flashing beacons. This is called rectangular rapid flashing beacons, in short RFB. So pedestrians push the button to let vehicles know they are about to cross. It's mainly introduced in Northern American countries. The purpose of our project is first to understand the situation outside Japan and what kind of measures have been taken to ensure safety in unsignaled crossings. That's first thing. And second, we are trying to analyze behavior in those crossings in Japan. So what kind of measures can be implemented in Japan in future? So those are the discussion and research themes of our project.
で、これ実際アメリカを中心にかなり導入されているんですけども、当初ですね、
This is the technology or system mainly utilized in the US. First, we approached the US country. That was our plan. However, the negotiation didn't go well. So this is a company called Kamana, and this company is based in Canada. And they have factories in the US, but their headquarters is located in Vancouver, in Canada. So we had a chance to talk with Aaron, who is in charge of technology, their company. And their headquarters is in Vancouver, in Victoria State. And we asked how many of those systems have been implemented in Vancouver City. So we received the list and we created this product map. And there are over 50 locations having this RRFBs. So if you look at the type of the road, they are not installed in arterial road. It's not main application, but mainly the type of the road which utilizes this solution is secondary road. And not residential road either. So we learned that probably traffic signals are the best solution for arterial road. And for a residential road, probably smaller solution might be more appropriate. So this kind of RFB type solution works best for secondary road. That is our impression in learning. カナダに行って、北米に行ってこういうのを実際に撮ってきました。So, these are the photos that we took in Canada. And we took some video movies as well. この近くで、使われているものですけど、歩行者が来て、パパッとフラッシュライトすると、So, if you have a look, you can see how it works. See, once the lights flash, cars try to slow down. And here's the system in downtown. Just like what we saw, wait, right, this person pushed the button, and the cars yield to the pedestrian. And this is what happens at night. It gets more attention at night because it's flashing. So you can see the front car stopped, though it was a bit reluctant, but it still stopped at the end of the day. So how much yield took place? We performed research on it. And we used the same conclusion as Aaron that we interviewed. And 80 to 90% of the cars stop once they see flashlights going on. And we took video footage more than 2 hours on site, and we performed an interview as well. And yes, it was the same result, like 80 to 90% of the cars stopped. What about the utilization rate? Meaning, what is the percentage of pedestrians actually who uses the button? And you can see the figure with the orange bar. So over 50% of the people push the button. And on the right-hand side, it represents the people who start crossing while it's still flashing. So utilization rate is actually quite high when there is RRFB installed. And this RRFB was developed in 2006. And the pilot took place in 2007 in Florida, and they found a huge improvement. So they decided to actually install it in many different locations. That's what Aaron said. And there is a manual called MUTCD. But only in 2023, this manual officially incorporated this solution. And when we visited Canada last year, he said, wow, it was a great timing. Because for them, it was a significant year because MUTCD officially positioned our fee as a solution. So meaning it took 14 or 15 years until the official adoption. And the deciding factor of the volume of vehicle and pedestrians, not the speed of the cars of pedestrians, because although they are important factors, it's quite difficult to measure. So just traffic amount is the most important deciding factor, they said. So here is the manual, MUTCD, Manual Uniform Traffic Control Devices. This is the one by US FHA, Federal Highway Administration. So this officially has the name of our 50B. And there is a manual for implementation. Sorry, it's a bit hard to see. But the horizontal axis represents this annual average daily traffic per day in short. And the vertical axis represents crossing distance, 2 lanes, 3 lanes, or 4+ lanes. And also, you can see the speed limit. So these are the factors to decide the implementation of our fee.
ここまでが一応カナダ北米で実際にヒアリングしたり調査したりしたところなんですけど、
So that's the overview of what we learned in the US and Canada. So what about Japan? What kind of behaviors can be observed in Japan? Yoshimura will be talking about it. He will be a presenter from now on.
はい、それでは横断歩道の実態調査につきまして、
Thank you. This is Yoshimura. I'd like to share our observation of behaviors in Japan. We performed this research in 2 crossings near JR Utsunomiya Station. On the left-hand side, you can see the actual location in the map. And it took place in September last year and spanning over 3 days. And we observed the unsignalized pedestrian crossing installed on the 4-lane round-trip road. And actually, because of the distance from traffic signals, it was difficult to install traffic signals in those places. So we installed video cameras in those locations. And we got permission from Chiba Police to install this video camera in overhung traffic signs. So this is not just to observe whether cars stopped or yield, but we also investigated and observed the behaviors of pedestrians too. Sorry, because of time constraint, I can't show you the videos. However, as you can see the photos, there are 4 different types of behaviors. Like standing on the sidewalk, crossing, standing in the roadway, moving through a sidewalk. Standing on the sidewalk means that they just stand and check how car performs and they start crossing. And for standing in the roadway, you can see the picture on top right, and they check the car in the middle of the roadway, and crossing means that they start crossing while car is still moving. And the 4th type is exceptional, which can't be categorized in other 3 types of behaviors. And over 3 is 4. Well, now this research, we could collect data for cars 2,530 and pedestrians. We could collect sample size of 1,157. And 60%, over 60% is automotive. And you can also see the composition by time, both pedestrians. And if you look at this composition, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we see more female pedestrians. But at nighttime, we see more male pedestrians. So now I'd like to share the result of observation. Here is a stop rate for location A and location B. For both locations, the result was the same at 40.9%. And we also try to understand if there is any difference over time. And as you can see on the left-hand side graph, there is a tendency of a declining yield rate from noon to evening. However, it's not a quite significant change or trend. And we also try to understand the factors affecting yield. And on the left-hand side, you can see the chart analyzing the details of the results. But because of time constraint, I'll skip the details once again. But I'm going to share the conclusion. As you can see on the right-hand side, if you see a single pedestrian or several pedestrians, and also if you differentiate automotive and small freight car and motorcycle, and if you look at standing on sidewalk or crossing, you can see these are the factors that highlights or affects the yield rate. And we also try to identify if there's differences over the type of lanes. And on the left-hand side, you can see the directions in which way pedestrians are going. And if you see the yield rate, the lane which is closer to the pedestrian show the higher yield rate.
At the point B, you can see some variations, but the yield rate is almost similar to the yield rate observed at point A and also at point B. For the crosswalk, the distance between the crosswalk and the traffic signals is rather close. And so, as you can see from the picture, we can actually identify the traffic signals ahead. And as a result, when signal is in blue, then the cars are not very easy to yield the right of way. To summarize, the yield rate is for point A and point B is 40.9% respectively, and for the multi-lane road or 4 lanes, we see less vehicles yielding, but there are different crosswalk crossing patterns observed among the pedestrians. So we just try to check the rules for the traffic rules, and we can see it says that the pedestrians are requested to stand at the sidewalk and make sure that there are no vehicles approaching either from the right or left before crossing the road. So in order to secure the safety, the pedestrians are
recommended to stop and check before going to the crosswalk. So that means that we also need to check the behavior of the pedestrians crossing the crosswalk, trying to cross the multi-lane road. So this is a very rough summary, but the pedestrians tend to check not the distance but the time of the vehicles approaching to decide whether to cross the road or not. So there's a human factors, but there is a model called gap accidents model. But this gap accidents model is considered to be rather controversial because, as you can see on the left-hand side, the regular gap accidents model checks the far end of the vehicle, but in the reality, the assumption is that if the distance with the nearest lane is small, then the pedestrians would not start crossing the crosswalk. But as you can see on the right-hand side, there is something called L gap. L gap is introduced in this model, taken into consideration multiple lanes or all of the multi-lane roads. And at the bottom, as you see that there are three different types of pedestrians crossing the crosswalk. Let me explain, but just to add, the typical gap value is represented by time, but because of the video camera locations, we use the distance from the vehicle as the gap value. So in the first pattern, single crossing, that is the crossing the crosswalk when it is certain that no vehicles would pass through the crosswalk. The second one, two-stage crossing, there are no vehicles in the near lanes, or there may be vehicles but slowing or at the stop, and then the pedestrians would decide to cross the crosswalk. Number 3 is a rolling gap crossing. This is where the pedestrian try to slow down or stop in order to avoid colliding into the vehicles on the near lane and just continue walking. Number 4, standing on the sidewalk. This is not the real patterns, but this is a pattern that we have added. And this is the case for the pedestrians standing at the sidewalk and wait for the vehicles to stop or slow down before crossing the crosswalk. And this shows the results of those analyzing these patterns. As you can see on the pie chart on the left, the percentage of those crossing patterns are almost the same. And among the men, it seems like there are more men using the two-stage crossing patterns than women. So the analysis is rather limited, but the final observation is that about 40% of the pedestrians choose the different crossing method than recommendation, and many of the pedestrians are considered to actually go through the decision of crossing the walk based on the gaps rather than showing the intention to walk firsthand. So it is important that when the gap is small, then the pedestrians are requested to stop at the sidewalk and show the intention to cross the crosswalk. Thank you very much. So this was the result of the study, and what we have studied in the North America and also in Japan are compared in our study, and there are some important points identified. Then number 1, the yield rate and the stop rate relationship. Yield rate. Of course, yielding includes stopping to yield right away. But when I had discussion with Aaron, we tend to use the term stopping ratio. but Aaron's yield ratio. So, based on the concept of yielding, the North American authorities are trying to take actions. But from our perspective, yielding may not be the right word or may not be the appropriate word. Seems like there are some, the term itself is controversial, but this is looking at the traffic law. In case of Japan, the vehicles drivers are requested to stop in front of the pedestrians crossing and shall not obstruct the passage of the pedestrians. But in case of Canada, it says slowing down or stopping if necessary to show yield to a pedestrian crossing the roadway within the crosswalk. So, stopping and slowing down, both these two factors are used in the Canadian traffic rules. In Japan, we focus on the yielding rate, but there was a discussion whether yielding or stop, which of the terms is more appropriate. Another important point is to show the intention to cross. That's also identified as an important factor. In North America, pushing the button to show the intention to cross is considered to be important. In the earlier slide, I showed the RFFB, which also include pushing the button, and also through the discussion with the Canadian experts, we have identified that pedestrians not showing the intention is not a good thing. By showing intention, the vehicles would yield the right of way. And once you know that pushing the button, you get the right of way, then more people would start pushing the button. So this shows that the positive learning curve can be observed here. Using the sensor instead of buttons, for example, the people may be looking at the smartphones as they walk, and you cannot tell whether this person is intending to go across the crosswalk or not. You're not sure. So I think it's important to reduce the number of such pedestrians who shows no intention or who shows whose intentions are not clear. So let's say pushing the button. You may think that pushing the button is the same as pushing the button for the traffic signal for the pedestrians. But this is an area where we were not able to have the thorough discussion at the project meeting, but there are many questions raised. And we identified that the relationship between the pedestrians and automobile traffic is important, and also the relationship between with other devices are considered to be important, because those other devices supporting the safety of pedestrians may have the right and more applicable applications depending on the situation. So like in the North America, pedestrians and the automobile traffic is also an important factor to be considered, just as the North American authorities are doing. Of course, the smoothness and the safety of the traffic is also important. Of course, one way of thinking is to make sure that all vehicles stop to secure the safety, but there are more flexible approaches considered as well. So in order to secure the safety of the traffic, both the pedestrian vehicles, both ways needs to be considered. Also, the applications, the second, the arterial roads and the residential road may have different solutions. And in the middle, the RFFB may be more effective and appropriate. This project is just 1 year old, and we have obtained the permission to continue the ACE project. So next year on, we we would very much like to implement the RFB as the POC and see if RFB is really effective or not in soliciting drivers to yield the right of way. With that, I'd like to conclude the report of our project. Thank you very much for your attention.
小早川先生、吉村さん、ご発表いただきありがとうございます。それでは質疑応答の時間に入りたいと思います。
So now the floor is open to the question and answer. Those on the floor, if you have questions, please raise your hand. The online participant, please click the raise hand button on the screen. Okay, there is a question there. The person sitting at the third row first, please. I'm Muroki, the former Metropolitan Police. RFB is new to me. One concern that I felt is the people with disabilities, they may not be able to push buttons. Having those devices implemented may lead to those disabled not being able to cross the road. Are there any such cases in Canada? That's one question. And according to traffic law, existing traffic law, if we implement this and the auto driving system being implemented, it could be quite troublesome. So the coexistence of those two approaches is something that we need to consider. Yes. Yoshimura-san, please. Okay. Regarding the people with disabilities, in North America, there is a law called NDD. I'm sorry, I don't remember the full name, but there is an audio device attached to the button. And this kind of device is mandated by the law. MUTCD revised last year calls for the measures to protect the people with disabilities as well. That's how I understand that. And the autonomous driving, we had the internal working group to discuss that. So those autonomous driving vehicles coming to the road. Actually, placing the bottom, meaning there's the electrical signal generated, and by sending that electrical signal to the vehicles, it may really lead to those vehicles approaching a stop or a slow down. Thank you very much.
Motoda from Iwate Prefecture University. Thank you very much for your presentation. That was very interesting research and topic. I have two questions. The first question is about your overseas use case. Now, this kind of safety device is quite prevalent, and first people welcome it, and what I hear is they actually stop using it once they get used to it. And for the system you explained, I was wondering if that was the case or if it was continuously used or not. And also, you talked about research taking place in Japan. And in pedestrians, are bikers included? That is my second question. And one more question. I guess probably bikes are excluded from pedestrians. But I'd like to know how compliant these bikers are to the traffic rules. Because I once performed research on crossings with traffic signals, and 95% of the bikers didn't follow the traffic control. So we need to provide evidence, I think. Thank you very much for your question about the effectiveness. By having talks with Kava, what we learned is actually adoption was quite late. They didn't start at the beginning, and utilization rate increased as time goes by. That was the explanation, because people didn't have any idea what it was, so they were quite quite resistant to using it. However, once it becomes popular and once people get used to it, the adoption rate picked up. That was the story they shared with us. So actually, more of the challenge is with adoption. As for the researchers over time, we didn't see any decline of the utilization. Utilization remains high, we believe. And as for bikes, Yoshimura-san, would you like to take this question? Yes. Bikers are not included in pedestrians, right? No. That's right. So we only see walkers. But we actually did some observation about motorcycles, not bikers, but motorcycles. It's a different research, but actually stop rate is quite low. Many motorcyclists didn't want to stop. The tendency is quite obvious. So two-wheel vehicles, like you mentioned, are a challenge in traffic safety management, we think. Thank you very much. So, the person in the back.
I'm from Nomura Real Estate Holding. Takayama is my name, and thank you very much for a very informative report. I have some questions. The first question is as follows. Regarding RFB, regarding the public awareness raising campaign among regional public, how did you do that? Number two, the maintenance of the traffic signal was the point that you mentioned at the beginning, but there is the traffic signal for pedestrians and RFB. The implementation cost and the maintenance cost-wise, what are the differences? Have you compared the prices or the cost as well? If so, please let me know. And regarding the use of RFB, are there any cases where the pedestrians pushed the RFB button and got hit by a vehicle? For example, there may be the misconduct by the drivers, and also there may be some impact on the insurance money and also the payment. Are there any study on such differences in the North America? Thank you very much for that. Regarding the awareness raising, yes, regarding the first question, educational program in the Victoria, Canada, what I heard was that they have actually, it took about 7 years for the RFB to be fully implemented in the Canada, and there is no educational program for the drivers. So I heard. But for the pedestrians are notified of the installation of the RFB, and then 6 months later, additional RFB, and then 6 months later, additional RFBs. So gradually, the implementation has spread, and about 7 years, then the pedestrians or the walkers have gradually learned of the devices. That's what I understand. And number two, regarding the cost, also about in case of Canada, the very regular crossing with traffic signals. Roughly speaking, without excluding construction, about 3 million yen for the, I think, equipment. 3 million yen. And the traffic sign and the beacon of the simplest size is about 8 million. So low cost, high performance is the reputation given to the RFB. And the brochure also includes information on the price of the RFB, so relatively less expensive. Number 3, with regard to the negligence, RFB is not for the traffic control and management. So this is not the traffic signals. This is like a warning beacon. It's not the traffic control mechanism. Let's say there is an accident. It depends on the community, but in North American market, the traffic law clearly depicts the right of way. So, for example, pedestrians started run out into the street and gotten hit, and then it's more on the pedestrian side to blame. So it depends. That's the answer that I got from the Canada. I don't have the accident data, but if we are to implement this in Japan, this is not going to be covered in the traffic law. So just as a warning sign. Okay, thank you very much. Any question from the online?
Kato-san, please. Thank you very much for your presentation. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Yes. I'm Kato from Toyota Women's University. In Toyota City, we are discussing the implementation of RFB, and in Toyota City, we actually have 14 devices implemented. And we learned a lot from your presentation, especially when you said that it took a lot of time for adoption to raise awareness. And I want to understand how prevalent this kind of solution, RFB type solution, is in Japan. Do you have any information about it? Thank you very much for your question. Actually, we are aware that there are some implementation cases in Japan too. In Toyota City, yes, I understand that RFB itself has been installed, the same thing. But in some other areas, there are some different versions or arranged versions installed, as far as I know. Probably Toyota City just imported the solution from the US. That's my understanding. But let's look at Fukushima Prefecture and some other city in Kyushu area. I think there are 1 or 2 areas which utilize a similar solution to RFB, but the solution itself is developed by a Japanese company. I heard there are some cases in Japan too, in some other areas, but I don't have detailed information. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing the information. We have to have a long-term view and we have to have a long-term plan to raise awareness and increase adoption. Thank you very much for sharing. Thank you. And probably we just can take one more short question.
I'm Sato from the society working on the automotive society. So you talked about the implementation in Toyota. What are the types of road that RFB is implemented? In case of overseas implementation, there are cases where the RFB is installed in a very narrow road. But when considering the yield rate, let's say that a 2-lane, rather big roads, implementation compared with the implementation of the narrow road, can we really compare that at the crossing? I think it is more desirable to implement this type of devices at the large crossing. As to specific locations where RFBs are installed in Toyota, I'm not sure. But the question is whether it's the 1-lane view at the road or 2 lanes. The single lane might Is it more effective in a single lane or at the crossing? These are yet to be studied in details. I asked this question because slide 25, you talked about the 4-lane road and the pedestrian trying to cross the road from the bottom end, and then the fast lane, the vehicles coming from the left-hand side. Does this have to stop? That was a question that came to me. Traffic law-wise, it says that the pedestrians should stop right in front of the crosswalk. But in doing so, depending on where it stops, like if the pedestrian stops in the middle of crosswalk, that might be more problematic. So that's why, right, it depends on the situation or the environment. It's true. Our study was carried out where the traffic amount is not very high, and the crossings with the very high amount of traffic, that might be more problematic. Yes. So the width of the road and the traffic amount are also important factors in deciding the appropriateness of installing this RFFB. Thank you very much. The time is already past, so we'll like to move on to the next presentation. Thank you very much for the presenters. The second presentation is on a cross-cultural study on health-related traffic accidents in Asian countries. Presentation is done by the Director of Research Center Overwork-Related Disorders, National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, Mr. Takahashi, please. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm the leader of this project called 304C, and this shows a list of the members. We have the special researchers as well as observers and external people. Observers include Mr. Ueda of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, as well as the National Police Agency. And the report that I'm going to make today is a result of the 3-year study. So the main topic here is the health-related accidents. There, of course, nobody expects having the brain hemorrhage while driving. So as you can see here, for the past 5-6 years, about 300 such accidents related to health occurred, leading to death each year. So this is becoming more and more problematic. So what are the causes of such accidents related to health? Looking at the accidents itself, heart issues, brain disorders, etc., and also the sleep apnea syndrome also included, but the accidents leading to death, more than half related to the heart disorder, and also brain-related diseases like hemorrhages, and also the aortic dissections, and so on. So brain and the cardiovascular are the two major attributable factors. While we're driving those brain, cerebral and cardiovascular related disorders amount is very high. As you can see from this chart, the driver is aging, and we have the aorta problems and heart and brain diseases. But lately, what's becoming more problematic is the glaucoma, and there are such different causes leading to the health-related accidents. So understanding the attributable factors become more important. We've been talking about the sleep apnea syndrome, where while you are sleeping, your airway is closed or narrowing down, and you cannot really breathe very well. You cannot have a very good quality sleep, and because of the lack of sleep, you cannot drive safely the next day. That's the mechanism. And of course, when you are driving, if you realize that you are feeling very sleepy, it's okay, but that's not always the case. This shows the severity of the sleep disorders. It says the moderate and severe. So this shows the scores of the strength of the sleepiness that you feel or drowsiness that you feel. And even the severity is rather high. The people may not feel so drowsy or sleepy while driving. So it is more like non-sleepy sleep apnea. So without the clear symptoms, you still suffer from the sleep apnea leading to the accident. That's another possibility. So as you can see, the higher severity leads to a higher percentage of accidents. Another rather new or more problematic causes is the glaucoma. So here, inside your eyes, the pressure heightens and oppressing or impacting the optic nerve, and your visual field is narrowed down. For this, again, the patients are untreated and not aware of the symptoms. So regularly, with a regular eyesight, you can see the pedestrian signs and road surfaces, but there may be some lack of the visual field, and in your daily driving activities, people are not aware of such occurrences. So, people without symptoms and the people diagnosed with glaucoma and being treated, diagnosed with glaucoma and untreated, these are the categorization of this chart, and you can see that there are many people who are not aware of this disease. So, the drivers may just drive the vehicle not expecting pedestrians coming from unexpected angle, and actually, in the reality, pedestrians do come from unexpected angle, and then you realize this, and that symptom, that incident is called surprise box phenomena. So you may have the surprise box phenomena because of lack of visibility and visual field impairment as well, leading to more accidents. This project was started in 2021, but in the social contribution project in fiscal 2020, there are discussions held regarding the importance of carrying out this kind of study more and more. And so how can we increase the public awareness? We understand that having the awareness raising tools becoming very important. So we put together some videos, the sleep apnea and driving. They are about 3 minutes version as well as 15-minute version. And another the video for glaucoma as well, 3 minutes and 15 minutes. So this is the beginning of the video, just to show you how it looks.
もしかしたら睡眠時無呼吸症候群なんじゃないのかい？睡眠時無呼吸症候群？実は成人の4人に1人はこの病気を持っているんだけど、自覚症状に乏しいから気をつけなきゃなんないんだよ。いろいろ図星。安全に運転を続けるためにも 早期発見、早期治療が大切です。
はい。で今度は緑内障のもう
So this also is the video for the glaucoma and driving. Again, only the beginning.
危ない。
もしかしたらお姉さんは緑内障じゃないかしら。何言ってるのよ。緑内障って。私は緑内障にかかるほど年取ってないし、視力はとってもいいのよ。メガネや視力は関係ないのよ。緑内障になるとどういう風に見えるかわかる？全然自分が緑内障だとは気づかなかったわ。早期発見、早期治療、治療の継続により運転寿命を伸ばしましょう。
はい、こういうような形で作って、ポイントだけを絞って、
I just showed you some videos that we put together, and we also have the longer versions as well for both glaucoma as well. So we started in 21 and continued through 22 and 23. For the fiscal 23, we decided to continue this further in Japan and also have the international comparison among Japan, China, and Thailand. So we've already created these videos of different language versions as well. It's available from the home page, so if web page. So if you're interested in, please check. So this is the Thailand's and also the Chinese version.
作ったところです。
So we just finished the translation of the videos into Thai and Chinese. So this is a Chinese version of the video on glaucoma and driving.
で中国語では青い光の目と書くそうなんです。
It says blue light eye in Chinese, but so these are the videos. So starting in January 23, about a year ago, we went to Thailand, hosting a symposium like this, where we played the Thai version of the video, and about 100 participants viewed the video. So for the fiscal 23, in Japan, Thailand, and China, we actually conducted the questionnaire survey to compare the public awareness. We actually plan to visit China, and we discussed with the counterpart professors in China. But as you can see, from Japan, China is our neighbor, but not very easy to go there. So the survey was on-site was difficult, so we used the outsourcing company to do the survey, and this shows the results. Again, the short version and long version, about 4,000, 5,000 views achieved, and for the long version for the glaucoma, more than 40,000 views achieved. So this is the background starting 21, the Kuroi Industry Sample, and also JAV. About 2,700 people participated from the JAV in the survey, and also at the driver's license examination office at the time of license renewal, we played the video, and this kind of the file were also created to increase the awareness. So, and also for the practitioner of medicine, we try to introduce them so that they can introduce this video to their patients. Also, at the National Police Agency, at the time of the driver's license renewal or some some occasions, we ask them to play this video to increase the public awareness. And there are also many different manuals related to the traffic in the MET, but about 2 years ago, in 2022, the manual on measures to prevent visual failure in motor carriers was formulated. And Professor Kunimatsu, Dr. Kunimatsu had led the initiative. And in fiscal 23, there are many requests to use this video. NASVA, Toyota Mobility, Odakyu, Tokyo Metropolitan Medical Association, and Hatsukaichi City, Chiba City Bus. So now the challenge is how to quickly respond to such requests. Now the Toyota Mobility, Dr. Kunimatsu has also introduced this to her patients. This is the international comparison. Again, we wanted to carry out the survey on site, but we were not able to do that, so we outsourced this. About 400 people in Japan have viewed this versus the number of people, as you can see on the chart. And this shows the attribute of demography. In case of Japan, we have different numbers of the patients among the sleep apnea patients and the glaucoma patients. So basically, those people in the tracking association, graduate school students were the target here. In China, the number of the people between or the breakdown among the glaucoma and sleep apnea are almost the same. With regard to the occupation, the many the construction companies and so on, and the actual business, the sales, delivery related, and taxi drivers. These are the main attributes of the subject. And this shows the questions. I'll just cover the main ones. As to the age, in China and Thailand, the distributions are among the same. The people in the 30s is the majority, but in Japan, the situation is a bit different. The genders, we see more male respondents in Japan. And the driving frequency, basically, we actually use a subject who are driving for their business or for their work. So majority of them drive quite often. And this is the tricky part. Have you ever been diagnosed with sleep apnea or glaucoma? That was a question.
Blue meaning yes. In Japan, maybe 5%. And glaucoma, it is about 2%. Suspected is included in this 5%. But China and Thailand, there were maybe double number of people who have been either diagnosed or suspected. And this is a question about, are you aware of disease, sleep apnea and glaucoma? In Japan, probably awareness is quite high, and in terms of the glaucoma, maybe 1/3 of people is aware of this disease. But in China, maybe 30% of people answered yes, and in Thailand, approximately 30% as well. So this is the level of the awareness of these diseases. And the cause of the car accidents. And they are quite aware that these diseases could lead up to the car accident. And after watching the video, do you have better understanding of sleep apnea, glaucoma, and car accidents? An answer was about 70% saying yes. So they had deepened the understanding in all countries. And was the video useful to you? We also had very high respondents saying yes. So that was a rough summary, and out of 10 scores, we reached out to very close to 9 scale of 9. And was the duration of the video appropriate? Compared to Japan, China, and Thailand, viewers thought that 3 minutes video was long because nowadays younger generations are only watching several seconds of video only. So if it exceeds 1 minute, it could give some impression that was long. And was the content of the video easy to understand and also would be useful as an effort to prevent traffic accident, and all were rated quite highly. And please answer the following questions about symptoms of sleep apnea presented in the video. Please check all apply to you, and we had quite high numbers in Japan, and same for the glaucoma. And family or workplace appropriation, many people answered yes. So maybe they have their own experience, but I think they have good visions. So summary and discussion. As for sleep apnea, maybe 5% was diagnosed as being in this disease, but in Thailand, China, maybe double of the number of people have been diagnosed, and so as the glaucoma. So as we researched the papers, we had not recognized such big difference, maybe 14%, but we found that China and Thailand, number of people diagnosed was quite high, so that needs more proof for understanding to come to this conclusion. And in case of sleep apnea, Japan was quite high, but in other countries, the rate were almost the same. Experiences relatively high in other countries than Japan. And this is the important part. Background and the category of the respondents were quite diverse, but in all aspects, almost all people said it was useful, or they had deepened the understanding, and it was easy to understand. But in terms of the length, the many people said that was long, and they had agreed or somewhat agreed that it is useful as an initiative to prevent health-related accidents. So although the sample or country were different, but we had some uniqueness in those answers. So that was the data. And there are things that we need to discuss from diverse perspectives. One is that we were able to research Japan, China, and Thailand, but the driver license system or healthcare system are different. And some people do not have the access to the hospitals because of that, maybe. So the way we conduct the enquete or survey is different. So we should have been able to control the groups by age group or maybe gender, but we were not able to do so. So the outcome of this survey may not be as accurate as we should have expected. So in China and Thailand, the patients' rate or the awareness were quite different from the previous precedent studies. So we need to be cautious about this representation of the samples. So in conclusion, we had focused on the sleep apnea and glaucoma and came up with the video to improve the awareness, and we researched how effective those were. And there is, of course, limitation in this survey, so we cannot make one specific conclusion, but in China and Thailand, probably this kind of issue is more significant under the surface than in Japan. So it is very important to leverage this kind of awareness improvement methodologies. And although in this project we were not perfect, but we would like to continue to improve the awareness. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Dr.
Takashi, thank you very much. We would like to move on to the Q&A session. Similar to the previous program, if there are any questions, please raise your hand. And if you are participating remotely, please press the raise hand button. Anybody? Please. I'm Shizuki from IATSS Advisor. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. In your graph, the population's proportion was shown, saying that some people are under sleep apnea and also glaucoma. This is quite a dangerous risk. So maybe track association or to conduct some training. I think that's necessary. And maybe there are differences. Those people who had received the training and not receiving the training, causing the accident. And from the if you were able to reinforce some particular part, do you think there is a kind of trigger to reduce the traffic accident? I think that is very important. Often case, this kind of study just concludes with the discovery of the symptom or diseases. And driving cars could lead up to the unsafe driving. The screening of these kind of diseases might lead to the treatment. Or maybe we just end up with screening and not leading up to the treatment of these diseases. And of course, there are some steps if they are treated, but maybe it not be able to be continuously keep themselves healthy. So the correlations with the car accident or near accident are very sensitive data. And we want the related parties to understand the significance of this outcome. Brain, hearts are always on focus. And now the awareness of the sleep apnea is improving, and glaucoma is a part of the ministry's guideline as well. But the awareness level is not high yet. The direct relationship with the traffic accident needs to be understood, and eye diseases or sleep diseases do exist. That fact needs to be understood more by wider people.
I'm Sato from the Society of Community Mobility Society. Compared with Japan, China, and Thailand may have more population diagnosed with those diseases. But as to the glaucoma, this may not be related to the the eyesight, but it seems like there are more children wearing glasses, and there are some measures taken to actually prevent the eyesight going poor from the young generation. I don't know if this is connected, and this might be the reason. And the sleep apnea, about 5% prevalence in Japan versus 18% in China. And you said that you cannot believe this kind of differences. But on the other hand, in the earlier slide, about 60% of the subjects in Japan are aware of the sleep apnea versus in China, it's only 30%. So the double the percentage of the people are aware, but the diagnosed people are very small. So comparing these two graphs, I would think that this indicates the need to promote this disease more among the Japanese people. Well, yes, more Japanese people are aware of this sleep apnea. Yes, but maybe in Japan, those respondents mainly from the trucking associations, and they are drivers, and they are very highly aware of the disease because of what they do. That might be the reason why there are more people aware of the sleep apnea. But in case of China, the respondents had included some in the management class as well, not driving on daily basis. That might be the reason why this kind of discrepancy existed. But in case of Japan, people cannot really associate the disease with themselves. They do not think that their breathing stops during sleeping. Maybe, but for example, their family members think that the respondents snored too much and too noisy, so they sleep in a separate room and not aware of the apnea or glaucoma. There may be other disorders associated with the symptoms. So maybe we should really focus more on awareness raising. And on TV, there are many medical associations trying to appeal the importance of checking against the diseases. So I think it's important to raise the awareness. Yes.
I'm Lenge from Tetsukayama University. It was a very unique presentation. Thank you very much. As you say, PR, awareness, enlightenment are very important. Sleep apnea case, CPAP, or other treatment will improve the status significantly. So the post measures, I think you have some kind of direction. However, when it comes to the glaucoma, once you get this disease, we have to limit their drivings anyways, although we do not have any legal background to prove that fact. So I think direction to come up with the right treatment is very important, although your study is concluding this fiscal year. So with diabetes and taking medications, and the countermeasure could be how they would be taking medications or medicines. But depending on the symptom or diseases, the measures would be different. So what is your view about this? As you can see, we don't see Mr. Niwa here today, probably. If this disease is discovered at early stage and if they are able to take the eye drops appropriately, the progress can be kind of slowed down in case of glaucoma, but appropriateness of driving or approval for the driving, that kind of correlationship is not really well understood by ourselves either. This project is concluding this fiscal year, but from next fiscal year, we have some social collaboration So as you pointed out, how are you able to lead these patients to the treatment, or what kind of treatment should be taken? That needs to be considered, and in case of Asian countries, we would like to study what they are doing as well. It doesn't really mean that the treatment will prove that it is going to be safe. The half of the time that they're sleeping, they should wear the CPAP for more than 6 hours. There are some regulations, but because of the pressure, people remove the CPAP, or they forget to wear it before they sleep. So, compared to the diseases that do not have any particular treatment to improve the state, the sleep apnea case, I think continuity is very important, since there is a treatment methodology. For me, I am not the specialist in ophthalmology, but Dr. Kunimatsu often said that once this glaucoma is discovered, and it is very important to lead to the treatment, but once they recognize it, I think it is very important that they recognize they have the glaucoma. 90% of the people are not aware that they are having glaucoma and continue to drive. And Dr. Kunimatsu is receiving the outpatient, but just rolling the eyes, or if their driving technique is quite high, although they are under glaucoma, the traffic accident probability is lower. So they need to be recognizing or aware that they have this disease, and we need to come up with some kind of a training program how to drive safely with glaucoma. And this progress gradually, and in order to let them drive longer, they need to be diagnosed at early stage so that they will be treated accordingly.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, please. I'm Otowa from Iwata Prefecture University. Thank you very much for very interesting presentation. So this sleep apnea, I don't know about the glaucoma, but the sleep apnea is becoming controversial in Japan because of the severe accidents occurring, and that has affected the changes in the system, and the traffic laws and other regulations were changed because of that. But China and Thailand, the licensing system is different, traffic laws and regulations are different. And I'm beginning to think that these differences are actually shown in this questionnaire survey. For example, number 15, do you think this is going to be effective in preventing the accidents? And there are more people in Thailand and China are saying yes to this question. And this might be attributable to the difference in the system and also the past history of accidents. What do you think about this view? I think I can talk about the China situation. There are some differences in the system between Japan and China. And in Japan, there are some significant or very severe accidents in Japan. But Mr. Shu, are you aware that such severe accidents occurring in China? Would you use the microphone, please? Mr. Shu is from China, and he's a member of this project. Sorry. Yes, I'm surprised with the result of this questionnaire, because my impression was that in China, the sleep apnea and glaucoma are not very widely known, as indicated in this questionnaire survey. And maybe there are some cultural differences as well. For example, when Chinese respondents respond, it's more like yes or no. So clearly divided between yes and no. When you get to Japan, they say there's Shinkansen drivers having the apnea and when overrun the stations. That was probably the most focal incidents occurring in the Shinkansen. And then afterwards, the driver was diagnosed with sleep apnea. And that's how this disease, the sleep apnea syndrome, become widely known. Are there such cases in China? As far as I remember, no, there was no such accident. But about 3-4 years ago in China, there was some survey on glaucoma carried out, and the awareness rate was like 5%. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Okay. We still have a bit of time left. Please. Thank you very much for the interesting topic presentation. I'm Matsuzaka from Square Town Creation. The glaucoma's vision field limitation, there is a data, but from vision field limitation, not limited to glaucoma, but how many people are actually having this impairment? Once they get the glaucoma, do they carry this vision field limitation 100%. Some people are inherently having smaller or narrower vision field, but they have the driver's license. So if you have any knowledge around that, please let me know. Or if we can just limit to the glaucoma, as you can see, 40 years old, 1 out of 20 people are having this disease. And vision is an issue. And I think there is a data that had studied how many people or what percentage of people is actually having this narrower vision field. I don't have the detailed number at this moment, but this issue of the vision field could be led by different causes, so that needs to be clearly defined. Thank you for your question. Thank you very much, everyone. So it is time to close this session. Dr. Takahashi, thank you very much. With that, we would like to close the first 2 presentations. Thank you very much for your participation. Dr. Ichinose, thank you very much for your moderation for the first part of this program. And we would like to ask Mr. Kazuhiro Ota, professor of the Senshu University, to moderate the second half of this program. Hello everyone, I am Ota. And I would like to be the moderator for the second half of this program. Mr. Morimoto, Mr. Kitazawa had given a very interesting reports, and we are expecting the second half reports to be very interesting ones as well, so please ask questions quite actively. So I would like to ask Mr. Morimoto to start the reporting. Thank you for the kind introduction. I am Morimoto from Waseda University. My title is Research on Efficient Accident Prevention Measures Using Artificial Intelligence, and I would like to secure about 30 minutes to cover this topic. I would like to introduce our project members. Members are shown here, and we have postdoctoral researchers and research collaborators. And this project is the collaboration with the organization and government. So we had the strong relationship with the NPA and the Metropolitan Police Department. For the application development, CTI Engineering and EC Corporation and Informatics had supported us. So let me explain the contents. This is the 11th Traffic Safety Basic Plan, which is the promotion of traffic guidance and control that contributes to the deterrence of the traffic accidents. And it's very difficult. Last year, 2,681 people were affected by this traffic accident, which is worse than the year before. In order to achieve 2,000, we need to do a lot more to improve this effort. And today's topic, it is to cover the traffic accident control. And we have been doing this since last fiscal year and making quite a contribution to it. However, we need to further promote this effort. Therefore, we are lending the digital capability, especially the AI. So I would like to introduce our effort. And IATSS, for about 10 years, we have been covering this theme. About 10 years ago, we came up with the handbook, which is shown on the right-hand side, and we published this. And all the related parties in the NPA, we have been distributing this handbook. And Police University, they have some training program to cover this handbook. But what is written here is just an example of our extensive study, but the effect of this enforcement change depending on the location. So based on our human knowledge, we need to leverage digital capability. I think this is the main frame. So this study, last year actually was the second year of our study. The first year, as you can see here, we built the prototype system. About 10 years, we had studied this theme, and car accident and enforcement relationship has been under our scope. And in 2022, we came up with a prototype system. Last year, we actually run this prototype as pilot, and NPA and also Metropolitan Shinjuku office had applied this prototype system, and mainly I would like to talk about the outcome of that trial system. And we have been able to obtain various knowledges, and we came up with a new system, so I would like to introduce that as well. 2024 is our third year, which is the last year, and I'd like to talk about that in the end of my presentation. We have built the traffic guidance and control activity, the support system, so I would like to introduce the overview of this. And we are able to divide this into a two-part of it. And this is a prediction model. Tomorrow, what kind of accident risk is heightening at what location? So we are able to show that. And also, when we do the local activities, how much reduction effect we can expect, and where would be the most effective location. This system will allow to identify that location. So we have two capabilities, and the user is the person in charge in the police office, and this is not the ordinary citizen. the police office person in charge of the enforcement would come up with a location that they would like to research on, and then the accident risk model will show where would be the right location. And then there would be effectivity model, and it will show where would be the most effective area, and that makes the proposal. And based on this proposal, the local activity or enforcement will be done, and the outcome will be fed back to the system. This is a flow. As you can see on this flowchart, it is very difficult to understand, so this is an image diagram. To your right, this is a screen of the personal computer. Select the target area, and once you select the area, the current accident risk will be shown in different colors. And today or tomorrow, if you wish to do the activity, you select that location and obtain certain level of data and give the data to the system. And the weather forecast for tomorrow will be given to the system, which is from the third-party system, and then run the analysis and do the simulation. And then you are able to obtain the prediction result. At what time and what location you would have the most effect on the reduction of the traffic accident. That kind of prediction is given. So in 2022, we came up with a basic model. And last year, how we made the improvement, that's what I would like to talk about now. And the accident risk prediction model. This is to talk about where you are able to expect the car accident at what location. This is like a weather forecast. And there are multiple models like this in the world, but the uniqueness of our model is that we give 50-meter mesh prediction. Normally it is like 500 meters, quite broader unit. But with our system, this is very granular, 50 meters, because the location of the target, if it is 500 meters, there are too many links and intersections, and police officers would not be able to understand what kind of enforcement they need to do. Therefore, we came up with this very high precision 50-meter units. 50-meter units based prediction is given. Tomorrow, at what location we have more likeliness to have this. And this is different from the regression model. This is a base model. So conventionally, you need to obtain the data for 1 year, and the admin need to calculate and do the parameter calculation again in order to build the database. But this multi-regression base, as you obtain the data, this will be updated. So parameter change over time. So if you enter the data from 2015, but because of the COVID, the data changed. So this tendency will be interpreted and then calculated, and the parameter will automatically change. And to your right, this is the AI-based DeepQ network, and this is a deep learning system. Some of you might know this DeepQ network methodology. It is like a Go, which space you need to compete. That prediction is given, and the highest winning probability would be shared with you. So that is the image that you should have with this network. And with this idea, the car accident reduction, highest traffic accident reduction probability would be given from this system. So the first improvement. Mainly, there are three major improvements. I would like to go one by one. First is to review the reward. Reward meaning that AI to give the right answer. You need to give the reward when they are able to return the right response. The reward meaning that this, from the AI standpoint, the reduction of the traffic accident is the outcome. So if we are able to give more target locations, AI will receive more rewards. But simple rewards would not give the location identification. So in case of main road or the intersections, there are some visibility effect from multiple perspectives, because multiple police officers are doing enforcement. So we have more reward to such locations. And in case of the main road, many cars are driving or passing. So visually, it will be highlighted. So we should give higher reward to those areas, the condensed traffic areas, to improve the accuracy. And this is the outcome. As you can see on the left-hand side, this is the initial year's model. Last year, we had reviewed, and this is shown on the right-hand side, saying the review of the ripple effect, and we are able to give more reward to the main roads. So this is a model improvement that we have made. The second improvement, it is difficult to explain here to all of you, but I would like to use the word hyperparameter. When you run the DeepQ network, system will converge much faster. So we need to give certain parameters to speed up or accelerate the speed of conversion. So the experience regeneration or agent, policies, neural network, those elements need to be set and change the numbers or volumes, and ultimately we normalize the parameter. And we were able to see the conversion with the older model, but we wanted to accelerate the speed. This is not to improve the prediction capability, but we wanted to accelerate the speed to reach out to the accurate outcome. An improvement of the result. Another improvement is to review the measures. Conventionally, we had asked the AI where would be the most effective area to reduce the traffic accident, and AI would have been answered. But if that is the case for tomorrow and the day after, it will continue to propose the same location. But from police office standpoint, they would like to diversify the target areas to 3 or 4 different areas. So it would be the deviation from the system's knowledge, but we will give the AI the second and the third, fourth potential areas. So this is a new data we had been given to the AI. And with this, we wanted to improve the system to be able to be used by the practical enforcement. And this is the outcome of our trial operation. This is the overview of the system, and red box is our system. We have the database, evaluation system, and the visualization system, the 3-part. And the actual officers are standing in front of the PC and run the system. Meanwhile, the database update, accident data needs to be updated, so system administrators needs to be involved, and like ourselves, the research institute needs to be involved so that the accuracy and precision should be improved, and we continuously improve the system. So those 3 parties are involved in here.
So this is the actual procedure we implemented. So first, a control officer make entry of the data with conditions. Then a risk map and a location of the support will be displayed. And once they are specified, the system will give you the impact effectiveness, and based on that, actual control can take place. And after that, the conditions and the actual locations are reviewed by us. After a certain period of time, we extract the information and we analyze the performance. And the actual operation was done by Shinjuku Police, and from last October, over 1 month, we had a trial operation. At the end of September, we installed equipment, and after that, we removed equipment and started the hearing. So this is the actual area of trial operation. At the center, you can see Shinjuku Station. Probably at the bottom right, you can see Shinjuku Station. And the mesh is 1,600 meter mesh. And we made a prediction based on PC. And here is the image of the actual operation. This is the PC we installed, so it doesn't require a huge system. As long as the PC has the system, you can get the data with this PC. This can be rolled out to different police departments or different areas, and the standard notebook PC can install this system. And we used 2 PCs for this trial operation. There are reasons behind it. Originally, this system itself has lots of privacy data, so we removed all of the internet data in constructing the environment. But at the same time, we need to take the information about weather forecast, so we needed different PC for that. And only after ensuring there is no security issue, we can combine these 2 different PCs. So we have 1 PC connected to internet and 1 PC unconnected, and we also created the operation manual. This is a simplified version, and here are 3 steps for verification of the results. First is about the effects of system introduction, but what's most important is the number of accidents reduced as a result of this installation of the system. And also we wanted to see what happened to accident risk predict, and also the performance of the street activity. And lastly, we also made evaluation on the system itself, because if it's too complicated, it will not be used by many police officers, so that was also important. So let's start with the effectiveness of accident reduction. For the purpose of comparison, I'm going to show the data from January to December in 2022. This is the data from 1 specific location in Shinjuku Ward. And you can see every month there were accidents from 25 cases to 40 cases. And if you look at the number of 2023, this is flash report, so not final number, but as of now, this is the most updated data we can have. So, what should we look at? In October, we implemented this system, so compared to September, we want to see if there's any significant decline in the number of accidents or not. But this data actually amazed me. 2023 saw a decline of the number of accidents compared to 2022. However, the COVID eased out, and in 2023, actually, traffic accident increased. So, actually, 2022 should have more traffic accidents. However, just for this specific location, I guess this is because of the effort by Shinjuku Police. But if you compare 22 and 23, the traffic accidents decreased. So this actually made our analysis a bit difficult. Anyway, that was the background. And on the left-hand side, you can see the figure for October 22, and the right-hand side is that of 23. So you can see the change over 1 year, and the total number declined. And especially, we saw the decline of accidents in Omekaido. and major major roads. But traffic accidents don't happen very often, so it's 50-meter mesh, and we can't see many accidents with this mesh. So we asked the MLIT to allow us to use ATC 2.0 data, because this will allow us a near-miss incidents. It's not actual accident, but we could obtain near-miss incidents, so we could incorporate near-miss incidents data as well to see the trend of the decline of near-miss incidents. So that is the data we analyzed, and you can see the chart here. And there is a figure highlighted in 23 because we wanted to analyze as soon as possible. That's why we obtained the data for October before other months. But we'll review the other months data later. So here is near-miss incident later, and we can see the comparison between 22 and 23. But you can not see significant change with these maps. Yes, major road tend to see near-miss accident, and that general trend hasn't changed. So we try to take a difference. This is to illustrate the changes of near misses over 1 year. And the red shows the location where you saw decline of the number of near miss incidents. And you can see that near Koshu Kaido Road, there was a decline of the number of here we had near miss accident cases.
これもおそらくこの後もしかしてご質問あるかもしれませんが、交通事故の発生というのは多様な要因によります。
But traffic accident can be caused by many different causes, and when there is an event, yes, traffic amount increases. So very advanced analysis is required to fully understand the situation. So what we installed, or what we decided to adapt here, is to perform differential analysis of differences. By performing differential analysis of only differences, we wanted to see the impact. So why there are two different data? Well, actually, there's analysis for entire days, but the second data is the one only for the ones after the first 10 days of the month, because only days of the month is impacted by the changes in the end of the month. Well, both of traffic accident and near miss accident, we didn't see significant changes or declines. For traffic accidents, we saw a slight decline. However, for near misses, we saw the increase. And this is for the data of the entire month. But because we wanted to exclude the impact from the end of the previous month, meaning if we extract the data only after the first days of the month, actually, we could see the decline of near miss incidents. Yes, it requires further verification, but that is a result of our research. As I said, traffic accidents are caused by various reasons. So through these types of analysis, sometimes we can reach we can find the cause which shows significant differences. And as of now, what we found is the result that I have explained right now. And red ones are the locations where actual traffic control were controlled, and blue ones are the locations identified by DeepQ network. So, what do you think? Can you see that blue and red ones are getting closer to each other? Like this? And we performed a statistical analysis. And the system proposed 12 different locations, and out of 12 locations, 4 of them had actual traffic control, and for 6 occasions, actual operation is over 80%. And there are different locations, although there was no proposal. So not everything is dictated by AI. This is just guidance or advisory system. So yes, police officers utilize their own knowledge as well. So what we can do is to perform more effective traffic control operation through the data. So its role is to give advice. So with the current performance of PC, it takes 70 minutes or so from the data entry to big data analysis and to proposal. So 17 minutes or 1.5 hours before the traffic control activity, if the data is entered, you can actually see the proposal. But probably it depends on the PC speed. So if you have high performance PC, you might get a result faster. And these are the comments about usability. Red ones are positive comments and blue ones are negative ones or points for improvement. Positive ones suggest that basic operation is quite satisfying, and also they were quite in line with police officers' understanding. And they also mentioned that it made a good change to their operation. But as for negative comment or for suggestion of improvement, sometimes it was difficult for them to identify the location, so they want to know the actual name of the crossing. And also, there were too many pop-ups according to them, so they want to have more efficient operation. And sometimes they were not sure if the traffic accident took place in the location in the past. And also sometimes it was difficult for them to identify locations. But still, at the end of the day, the conclusion, overall feedback is that they want to continuously use the system. And we want to make this system public. System itself is owned by IATSS. And we want to make it available to anybody who is interested, but not the general public. I don't think the general public can enjoy the benefits of it, but if you are researchers or if you are the ones who wants to improve the system, I think this is quite useful. So how are we going to release it? You can go to IATSS website and we are going to add the system. You can find this announcement on this website, and if you click it, you are supposed to enter the information about yourself, including the purpose of downloading, and if we judge if your purpose has some public benefits, we will allow you to download it. So this is the field. These are the fields you're supposed to fill out. And we are going to distribute the disk.
もちろん我々が作ったシステム、警視庁のデータをベースに作っていますので、警視庁さんは実はこのままお伝えすることができる仕組みになっていますが、
for NPA, so they are going to use it continuously, but in different prefectures, the base data will be a bit different, and also data storage method is different from prefecture to prefecture. So in those cases, I think a different setup might be required. And I think prefecture police can enter the data of its own into the system of a red box. You can create a system which accommodates your own needs. You only have 1 or 2 minutes left, I guess. And this is the system of GIS. And there is no open data software, and if you overlay it, you can actually use it. And in the third year, to expand the system, I am going to see and help another prefectures in how to install it and how to set it up, and we're going to perform analysis of it.
This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Professor Morimoto, thank you very much. I have heard your presentation several times, but always your presentation are very insightful, and I can learn a lot from you. And I see that you are making progress. I see innovations at all the time. Thank you very much. And I'm sure there are many people interested in your study, and we would like to accept questions from the floor. And if you are participating in person, please raise your hand. And if you are participating remotely, please use the raise hand button. When you ask a question, please share your name and affiliation before you ask a question. Are there any questions? Please. I'm Takayama from Nomura Real Estate Holdings. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. I have two questions. This system requires raw data, original data. When it comes to the accident risk, the significance of the accident and the probability needs to be multiplied in order to lead to that result. And you see multiple different kinds of accident. So maybe you quantify the degree of those accidents, maybe fatal accident, just injury, how many people will be affected, minor injuries and so forth. So you give the quantification of those degree of the accident and give that data to the AI. That's my assumption. But if you are able to share the methodologies to quantify those degree of the accident, please share that with us. And the second question is based on my vague memory. On Ome Street, I think there was traffic road improvement, and there was some limitation about the lane that they were able to run. So the change of the environment of the road, how does system understand that change, or how do you reflect such changes to the system? Could you share those two elements to us? Thank you very much for the very inherent questions. The first question, the degree of the accident and the kinds of the accident, how do we reflect into the database? Well, accident database is built based on the number of affected or victims. And accident data itself was not used because the number of the accidents caused by that is very limited. So the accident itself is carrying certain level of the risk. So if there is a risk, in the past 3 years, we give the risk degree. And the minor accident or major accident, we give some different weights. And also near miss map is also given to this, and we came up with the map about 3 years ago. However, as we do this road enforcement, where would be the most ideal location? Well, at this moment, if we are to give that response, at what timing, what kind of accident had occurred, that is enough data to give to the AI. But if our precision is improved, in order to improve the precision, I think we have to give much more labor to it. And to answer to your second question, what was your second question? Could you repeat that again? The lane control or limitations, the road environment change. Yes, the lane change or road environment effect has been studied in the past as well. For example, not only the civil constructions, but the lane limitations. relining the center lane, the physical data is able to be read and be reflected to the prediction model. But if there is only 2-3 days short period of change, well, database can reflect on the long-term data change, but if the change will be limited a day or two, the change volume is very limited and we would not be able to see the reflection. And the lane change, of course, is an environmental change. So this 1 week period of change needs to be trained to the AI, and then AI can come up with the right data to give the right targeted area with that reflected data. But I would like to make that improvement in future.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from anybody? My name is Sato. Yes, about severity, I wanted to ask a question, but you already answered the same question, so thank you very much for sharing your insight. And AI is actually faster than making judgment nowadays, so you're trying to fully utilize the technology, as far as I understand. In your presentation, you mentioned that the location should not be limited to one location, but you are trying to multiply the number of locations in police, and that is a direction given by the police. So I think police have already done it in the past. So I was wondering if there is any gap between those multiple locations identified by the police and the ones identified by AI. And with this kind of traffic control, I mean, this is spring, so I think there are many police deployed nowadays, so many drivers are being more prudent nowadays. So when there is traffic control, the number of accidents usually decreases, and I think it's kind of a given, and it's not rocket science, but how is your system utilized for different purposes? Thank you very much for your question. Answering your first question, which is about whether it was different locations or not. Basically, the locations were quite the same as the one provided by the police agency. And we confirmed the trend over 6 or 7 years, and we checked that with AI, and almost all the data were overlapping. However, we just wanted to provide some small gap, and that is our role. We needed to provide the data of the gap so that they can reflect what kind of other locations we needed for traffic control. Let's say there is traffic control in one place, and this system illustrates that this has a rippling effect. So although this is 50-meter mesh, we identified that it can make impact on the next mesh or the ones near them as well. So if you perform it today, actually this effect can continue into tomorrow too. And if you perform traffic control today, and if you don't do that tomorrow, actually you can still see the impact. So that's how system works. Hope I answer your question. Thank you. Any other questions from anybody else? And online participants can also ask a question by using the raise hand button. From the floor, yes. I'm Renge from Tsukayama University. As for the verification of the effect, ETC 2.0 was used. As explained, AI's outcome and actual police officers' outcome are redundant. And it might be quite difficult to find out the delta.
of the two. Compared to the past, there are some locations that have done many countermeasures implementation, or some areas have less of that. Maybe you have compared that and would you be able to show that to us? Well, at this moment, we have the road network and location. And when the roads are connected, the road attenuation will continue the effect. So it is not simple mesh-to-mesh logic. And this system's uniqueness is that this is a hybrid system. Normal AI is assuming to predict, so it is a black box simply, but you give the data, but you don't understand why you come out with this conclusion. In order to avoid such case, so attenuation effect or the location ripple effect, our decade of knowledges have been embedded to extraneously included. So the police officers are doing enforcement on road, and that effect is leveraged, and the lack of the data would be interpreted by AI to assist the human enforcement activities.
Any other questions from anybody else? I don't think anybody has a question, but I have a question. There are many police officers or police-related people today, but there are some people who don't like police, and this system is for police, I guess. When considering the risk of this system, I think many people might say it would be more useful if general public can use it. Simple weather forecast. It was for specific purposes and special kind of people, but now we, general public, can also utilize weather forecast system. So I think it's quite normal if somebody starts to say this. And what I was thinking is, if we see more application of autonomous driving, and if we have a road which has a mix of autonomous driving and conventional car drivers, for autonomous drivers, probably this can give more information, kind of a warning information about the risks. Probably that's one of the use cases I thought. What do you think? That's amazing. Thank you very much for pointing that out. To be honest, we haven't thought about the use case with autonomous driving so far, but if all the cars are replaced by autonomous cars, the risk is a conflict between autonomous driving cars and pedestrians and conventional cars. And if we can make predictions of high-risk areas, we can give warnings to pedestrians and bikers, and for system operators, we can make a request to slow down the speed or increase the sensitivity so that it can detect pedestrians more effectively. Well, I hope this research and project continue so long so that we can deal with that issue. Yes, I think it has many different applications and possibilities, so I have a high hope.
Maybe we can take one last question. Okay, everyone. So thank you very much for a very insightful presentation. And please give him a big round of applause, everybody.
Professor Kitaga, please. The next one is a social contribution project. And I was looking forward to Professor Kitaga's project. And I am sure Where is ready to give presentation? Sorry, I said Professor Kitagawa, but actually his name is Professor Kitamura. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Kitamura from University of Tokyo. Our research topic is education activities for solving transportation problems in high schools in mountainous areas. This project is supported by many different members. And as he explained, for the past 2 years, we conducted this project as a research project. But last year was a social contribution project. You can see the IATSS members and also experts who supported this project. And we also received support from a local government and schools and citizens. And we also received support from Osaka University and Kyushu University. And Professor Yo from Osaka University and Osaka Public University, Professor Yoshida are attending this meeting. So I would appreciate it if you can help me in Q&A sessions. So we'd like to share the purpose of this study. So my focus is mountainous area, which sees the decline of the populations, and there are the traffic challenges in those areas, which we want to address in this research. And you can see this map. This is a map of Nose in Osaka Prefecture. This is a quite mountainous area, and the population has been declining drastically. And in the past, there was Nose High School, which is a public school, but now it was replaced as Nose Branch High School because the total number of students is only less than 80. But actually, this branch high school is quite active in education, and UNESCO School and Super Global High School are the titles they have. So it provides quite international education. So the program itself is quite attractive. So many students in neighborhood want to go to this school. However, there is a big issue. Recent years, they're seeing more and more inconvenience of the public transportation, and there is no train station near the school. They need to ride a bus to access the school. However, because there is declining population and they can make profit from public transportation system, the number of bus is quite limited. So it's not quite accessible for those high school students. I had a chance to talk to Nose people, and we talked about this issue. And first, we wanted to find a solution for those high school students who can't commute to school very easily. So that's how they started. And what I thought back then is to propose a new method of transportation. Because not many buses were available, many students were riding bikes, even though the commuting distance was quite long. Or sometimes their family members drove them to the school. But if we enable them to commute on their own more easily, probably we can help them a lot. That was our idea. So we proposed the use of e-bike, a bike electrically supported, and we thought that could solve this issue. Very simple idea. But just proposing a new transportation method is enough? That was a question we faced. We talked to local government and teachers and students of the school, and we realized probably this could provide a great education opportunity. In the past, they used to ride a bus or ask the family members to drive them to school, and now they have e-bikes to commute. So they have to face real transportation issues, and it creates awareness for them to learn about the issues and the challenges of the area from transportation point of view. So just providing new transportation method might not be enough. We wanted to utilize this as an opportunity to enable them to realize what are the challenges. So we thought this could serve a process to facilitate learnings through noticing and awareness. So what I want to report to the president now is how they noticed about many things. So here's the overview of the research. Now students have a new transportation method, so they're road users. How they can commute safely. And we wanted to identify how they can do that from science point of view. And to protect themselves, they shouldn't care only about themselves, but they also need to think about the environment. As illustrated by other presentations, environment of the road contribute to the safety too. So this kind of urban and transportation planning approach is also adapted. We wanted to have opportunity to think about those issues. And once they realize how they can create safer environment, not practicing it is not enough, but we wanted them to convey that to other people. So it's an educational or pedagogical approach. And in the past, now they were using bus or cars, but now they are using e-bike. So we wanted them to learn what kind of positive impact was created on environmental footprint. So these are the topics that we wanted our students to think over 3 years. So this is to illustrate the change. First, they started with self-centered role acquisition, but it should be expanded into role acquisition of generalized others. So over 3 years, we conducted various workshops. In the beginning, we conducted a workshop for their own safety, for safe commute. However, gradually, we changed the perspective or approach to the ones involving the community, and the topic becomes how they can ensure the safety of the community people. So we created the opportunity to exchange opinions to people in the area, and after that, through those accumulated learnings, they provided training for junior high school students, and also we had them discuss the possibility of other transportation options. But first, what's most important is to commute safely. So from that perspective, we, together with students, discussed what is the safest method of commuting using e-bike. We installed the cameras and sensors to gather naturalistic data to analyze what kind of behaviors have been taken. And e-bike has a characteristic of losing assistance once they go over a certain speed.
運転行動が取れてるか、ですから
So
安全にしか
we
も
wanted
快
to
適
see
に
if the
運
students
転
are
できているの
behaving
か、
in a
そういったこと
way
をですね、
that they can
デー
use
タとして
e-bike in a
取り
safe
まして、
and
その
comfortable
デー
manner
タを
to
自分
gather
たちで
data,
見ながら、
and we
本当に
look at
自
the
分たち
data
が正しい運転
together
行動が取れ
to
ているのか、
analyze
まず
whether
は自
the
分自身、
driving
自分たち自身
behaviors
ですね、
is
の
appropriate or
安
not.
全な運転
So
行動
the
について
first
気づい
approach
てもらう。
is
そういったこと
to
を行いました。
enhance awareness
で、
about
ちょっ
the
といくつかですね、
driving
実
or
際に取っ
biking
たデータ
behavior.
を見ていただき
So
た
I
いと思い
want
ま
you
す。
to see the actual data we
例えばこ
gathered
れです
over
ね、
time. So this is one example.
本来ですとここは2段階右折すべきところですけ
So
れ
you
ど
were
も、
supposed to make a
スル
hook
ッと
turn
こう
here,
右折してしまいま
but
した。
this
本来
person
は
didn't.
先にあった横断歩道のところまで行って2段
You
階で右折
first
しな
have
ければいけ
to
ないのに、
cross the pedestrian road,
楽ですから
then
斜
make a
め
right
に
turn. That
横切って
he or she was supposed to do.
あるいは
But
ですね、
this
こういった形で、
hook
まあ、
turn
な
didn't
かな
take
か自
place.
転車専用レーンがないので、
And
車
another
道を使
example,
わざるを得
because
ないとい
there
う
is
ことで車
no
道を走るわけです
bike
が、
lane, this
歩
person
行者がいるに
was
もかかわらずスピ
riding
ードを落とさずにですね、走って
pedestrian
いる。
road, but although
まあ、こう
they
いった
were
データをですね、自分たち
pedestrian,
自身
this
のまさに
bike
リアル
didn't
なデー
slow
タを見
down.
ながら、
So this is the
どん
real
な運
data,
転行動に問題があ
and
る
we
のか
had them
考えても
look
らう
back
とい
this
ったような
data
ことで
and
やったりですね。
identify what kind of
また間違っ
issues
た行動だけを
observed.
示していても、
And
長期的
just
には
showing
効果が限られてしまう。
inappropriate
正しい行
behavior
動をとっ
is
ている。
not
そういったものもですね、
good
見
in
てもらう
terms
必
of
要があります。
application point of view.
こ
We
ちらはですね、
also showed what is the
正しい
appropriate way of
この一
biking.
時停止、しっかりとですね、止まれの
This
タイミン
person
グで一時
stopped
停
at
止をし、
stop
まあ、右左をですね、しっかり確
and
認して、
check
来ている車をやり過ごしてから、
right hand side and
安
left
全を
hand
十分確
side,
認して右折して
ensure
まあ、こうい
safety,
ったことをです
then
ね、
made a
し
turn.
っかりできている。
So this is a good example.
まあ、あるいは先ほど申し上げましたように、自分たちの行動を変えるだけではなくて、
But as I
環境
said,
的に
changing
非
their
常
own
に危険なとこ
behavior
ろがあって、
is
そういった
not
ものに
enough
つい
to
て
ensure
は、
safety.
もちろんそこに
There
最
are
大
some
の配慮をしな
dangerous
がら運転
areas
しなければいけないんで
because
すけれ
it's
ど
the
も、
environment.
まあ、
Yes, in those
ちょっと
areas
こ
you
う
have
自分た
to
ちだ
pay
けではどうしよう
maximum
もない部分が
attention,
ある
but
っていうのをですね、
there
示
are
すような
only,
データもあり
only
ます。
certain things that
そ
you
れ
can
が例えばこれ
control,
ですね。
like this.
あ、すみません。
Sorry, I'm wrong.
まあ、この辺りにはですね、採石場などがありまして、こういった大型の車両がですね、しばしば走っております。まあ、こういう
So we
中
can
で
see
かなり
many
ですね、
large
高校生
trucks
たち
in
怖
this
い思いをしな
area,
がら走ってますが、まあ、こういっ
which
たこ
is
とについ
quite
てはですね、
dangerous
課
for
題と
high
し
school
て意識を
students
す
who
る。ただ、
commute.
じゃあ自分たちは
Yes,
何がで
this
き
is a
るのかっていう
challenge,
のはもちろん
but what can
で
they
きること
do?
もありますけれども、なか
Yes,
なか難しい
there
も
are
の
things
もあ
they
る。
can do, but there are things they
ま
cannot
あ、こうい
do.
った動画をですね、いろいろ見ていく中で、またこちらもですね、動画のまずは分
So
析を
by
行い、まあ、そ
looking
の
at
中で
these
ここにありますよ
footages,
うに、
we
でき
performed
ていること、できて
analysis,
ないこと、
and
ヘ
we
ルメッ
created
ト
a
の着
list
用やイヤホン
of
をつけてない
what
かみた
they
いな
already
こと
did
から
and what they didn't do.
運転者の映像も撮ってますので、そういった運転者自身のこと、それから、先ほどあったよう
So
な
they
一時
looked
停止
back
であるとか、
on their own
まあ
behaviors, including making
歩道を走
stops
ってるとかですね、まあ、いろんな
or
こういったデータを見て、
biking
分
on
析
pedestrian
を行い
road.
ました。で、その中で我々と
Many
しては、
different
まあ、その
analyses
対象者
were
が
done.
どういった知識を得て、どういった問題意識を持って自分たちの行動を変えていけばいいのかということを、まあ、これはノルウェーの交通安全評議会が提示しているような包括的な行動変容モデルに基づきながら
This is
分
a
析を行いまし
comprehensive
た。
behavior change
実
model
際
we
にですね、
used for
自分
Norway
たちの映像を見た
and
り
to
してグル
perform
ープになっ
analysis.
て、議論してもらいます。で、
And we created
その
a
中
group
で
for
正しい行動
analysis
ができている
and
映像を
have
見ているグルー
discussion.
プ、それから危
And
険
there
な
were
行
group
動を見ているグ
who
ループ、
only
またその両方を見
analyze
ているグルー
safe
プなどですね、グループを分け
biking
たりしなが
and
ら、
there were
実
groups
際
who
に
were
どういうふうにその
only
ワークショップ
seeing
が効果があるのか
dangerous
っていうことを
biking
検
and
証
the
した
groups
結果で
which
す
were
ね、
looking at both. And we evaluated
一
the
定の成
effectiveness
果というの
of
は見ら
those
れました。
workshops
例えばヘルメット
depending on the
着用した
group.
り、イ
We
ヤホ
saw
ンし
some
ながらの走行
improvement
っていうのは、 ヘルメットの着用は改善され、またイヤホンをしながら走行っていうことをやめるとかですね。
We saw the changes of behaviors when it comes to whether they wear helmet or not, or wear earphones or not. For those behaviors, yes, we could change their behaviors. However, there are some behaviors that didn't change as well. Even after watching the movie, they could make improvement of not making a two-step right turn.
また集めたデータの中でですね、因子分析を行った結果、
And we also from the factor analysis out of the data we
自分たち
gathered.
が安全に気をつけるようになったかっていう部分と、あまりその安全ということに配慮できずに、むしろですね、
And this is to ask
危険な
how
行動をとっているにも
they
かかわらず、
raise awareness
自分は
about
大
their
丈夫みたいに
safety.
思ってしまっている。そういったような因子についても、
We also tried to identify the factor which they were complacent to. And after performing this analysis, we identified that this attitude, Q4 to Q15, these are related to safety attitude, and we saw improvement in those factors. However, when it comes to Q5, 6, 9, and 7, we found that they were quite confident and overconfident and a bit arrogant. And for the items with overconfidence, it was very difficult to make improvement.
一定の成果はあると。自分たちの行動をしっかり見ることで一定の成果があることは分かりましたが、自分たちの行動を変えるだけでは、
behavior, but changing their own behavior alone would not lead to the sufficiently safe environment. So, their own environment shall be discussed together with the local community and then understand that students need to first drive or ride safely, and also the local community also should change. So because of that, the workshop together with the community were held in a series every year. So for the past 3 years, we have had the interaction and dialogue among the students and the local communities. So almost every year, the local community and local municipalities, as well as the transportation companies and the local residents, and also the road administrators got together and exchange opinions together with the high school students. But first, the students try to identify where the issues exist in their neighborhood and took pictures of what they thought as the pain point. For example, this curve, it's rather blind and poor visibility, and as I also mentioned in the past, just talking about the negative aspects alone would not lead to change of mindset. So they also try to think of the positive aspects of the neighborhood. For example, this is good about this community, but this requires some improvements kind of approach. So the bottom 2 pictures are the pictures that the high school students took as the positive points that they have discovered after starting to use e-bike for commuting to schools. So first, students discuss internally among themselves and identify the danger points in the commuting route. For example, the path may be too dim, too much traffic, too steep curves. Those points where they thought especially dangerous were identified. For example, this is the Meigetsu Pass and the curve there. Many students consider this curve to be very dangerous. So what's danger about this curve? Please take a look here. These are the points that the students found are very dangerous about this curve. It's only about one curve, but on the left-hand side, there is a comment from the students saying that the vegetation sticking out to the road and may not be so problematic to the cars, but to bicycles, it's important, it's dangerous. And also, there are covered gutters on the right-hand side and left-hand side as well. And looking at the mirrors, very hard to see. So there are such many issues that students had identified. So first, students identified the issues themselves. And then they had the dialogue with the town hall people, make suggestions for improvements, which include vegetation issues because this is considered to be a large issue. This is about the mountainous area in the middle of the mountain, and not many people ride bikes in this area, meaning that pedestrian sidewalks is not very well organized and there are vegetation sticking out and not maintained. So pruning is required. So that was a suggestion made. Of course, the bicycles are not supposed to be riding on the sidewalks, but in some cases, they have to, because the main road being having many traffic like trucks, and at night or evening there are no street lights and very dim, and the town all people has responded very quickly and within the vegetations, and there may be potholes on the surface or on the pavement. When you are riding or when you are on the bus or driving a car, it's hard for you to see, but when you are riding bikes, it's easily noticed. So the students had to explain those potholes to the town people and have them repaired together with the town hall people. And also through these activities, students started to expand their activities because they thought that just thinking of these issues by themselves alone would not be sufficient enough. So they involved Sasayuri Gakuen School, especially for the junior high school student. This high school student had taught about this traffic safety to junior high students at Sasayuri. The high school students put together by themselves the teaching materials. And I earlier mentioned that there are not many people riding bikes in this area, but students of the high school and junior high schools are often the ones riding the bikes. So that is why this kind of education for the junior high school students were very effective. And in addition to that, there is a collaborative workshop held between the high school students and the local communities, involving the town hall people, the road administrators, the local residents, and users of the roads as well. And this is a part of excerpts of the teaching materials that the high school students put together by themselves regarding the traffic safety. This is the table of contents, and then the high school students made a presentation themselves, and those participating local residents actually made comments and had the exchange of opinions. For example, this is one example of Meiketsu Pass that I cited earlier, but the high school students have explained the dangerous points, and to the road administrators, they made suggestions like putting mirrors on the curb and bend, or have the reflector on the mirrors on the curve. For example, the location of the mirrors on the curb was suggested, and also another suggestion included having the speed limit lower during the specific time frame. And again, the request to the local residents and truck drivers, the request is made to slow down during the commuting hours, and when passing by the bicycle, please slow down. Kind of very taken for granted type requests were made, because those what should be taken for granted were not really done in this community. And not making the requests alone, the students also identified what they thought they can do as well. For example, they're checking the safety by looking right and left, or like having the communication with the drivers, putting reflectors on the bicycles, and also putting together the sign representing the boy running out into the street as a warning sign. And based on these presentations, the students students
ここにあるような形で、それぞれ選択
using
した
the
試験箇所につい
worksheet
てみんなで
as
意
you
見
can
を
see
出
here.
ります。
They had some discussion on the identified points, the points considered to be dangerous for the road administrators and so on and so forth, and what kind of improvement is possible. These were discussed during among the students. And together with the relevant people, after the workshop, there are some change in the mindset observed. Through the dialogue between the student and the local communities, there are cases where the awareness was raised versus awareness not so much raised. Awareness was raised higher in terms of the dangers that they can do something to address. For example, when it is about the blind curve, the students have decided to be more careful when riding through the blind curves. And also the main road risks involve risks that high school students cannot address by themselves. For such dangers and risks, their mindset have not been changed that much. But when it is concerned with the risks directly associated and what they can address, the awareness has raised. And especially the participants, the local community has gone through with the change in the mindset. For one thing, they started thinking from the perspective of high school students. Through the hearing of the participants, several issues identified through the workshop, and then responses were taken, actions were taken in order to respond to those identified points. For example, in this blind curve, it's especially dangerous at night. Then the reflective delineators were implemented by the civil engineering office at the shoulders of the road so that it's easier to see. So this is an example of high school students presenting and identifying and presenting the issues and local communities seriously responding. Through this process, high school students have learned that through the proper channel, the local community would respond to the high school students' request. Furthermore, at this school, there are activities related to the problem exploration workshop, and then the school thought that there are more that they can contribute to not only the local communities but for the wider communities as well. So this workshop and the related activities have helped them notice that possibility. And now from the environmental economic approach, use of the e-bus. E-bike, actually replacing the commuter by the cars and the buses has been replaced by the e-bikes. And what economic impact has been generated were also checked. The school running this project have installed the PVs, and the e-bikes charging can be done at school rather than at home. So this way, the school also helped or solicited the use of the e-bikes in a more sustainable way. Through this project, high school students try to visualize their riding behaviors and so on and so forth, and through these activities, they learned that within the local community, what they have discovered can be shared among the local communities, leading to the improvement. I think that was the results that we have generated they have generated out of this project. And they can actually make the decisions and understanding voluntarily. And when schools are off, well, when students are taking classes, they also started to think that reuse of their e-bikes. Nose is one of the tourist attraction points soliciting the visitors or tourists. So those tourists coming to Nose for a longer period of time may be able to use the e-bikes when the students are not using them. Or among the students, e-bikes can be shared. So new use of the e-bikes is also being considered. Of course, we're talking about the e-bikes, which is rather costly. So it doesn't mean that the e-bike use and its application of the e-bikes in the mountainous areas is feasible anywhere. But this is one way. And this helps students to understand their riding behaviors and then also learn that their riding behaviors would impact the safety of the community, so that they can contribute to the achievement of the safe transportation in the overall community. So this can be used as one model and expand the application to other areas. Hoping that we thought of writing a literature and progress forward further. With this, I'd like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It has a lot of implication. I know you have many questions on the floor or online. Please say your name and affiliation when you ask a question. Thank you. Please. I'm Ishizuki. I'm an advisor of IATSS. Thank you very much for your presentation. On page 407, you mentioned about behavior change model from Norway. How is it different from the conventional behavior change model? And as far as I see the terms used here, there are some unfamiliar expressions too. So I was wondering, what kind of findings became available by using this model? Thank you for your question. Osaka Public University's Professor Yoshida performed analysis using naturalist data, so probably he's the person who is more appropriate to take your question. Thank you for your question. The results is available on page 110. And when we performed this research with students, we wanted to see what contributed to the change of behaviors in riding in bikes. And if you see the results, The students' active participation contributed to accountability and inspiration to students, which created plus alpha effect. Conventional norms and technical elements were improved, which contributed to the change of problematic behaviors. So, this comprehensive model includes several factors that encourage the change of behaviors. Direct active factor is one of them, which includes the offering or provision of e-bike. They are also a trigger. So we wanted to see how these factors actually resulted in the change of behavior. Thank you very much for your response, especially accountability and responsibility and motivation are the great contributors to the change. And if you see the trend, the change is obvious over time instead of just the beginning. So I think there are many different methods of ensuring transportation traffic safety, but new perspective is how we can connect this with the community approach. It's not about their own safety, but we wanted to encourage the thinking to position themselves as a member of the community. To deepen thinking. I think that was very important. And over 3 years, I observed the change of the behaviors of the students, and 3 years is a very interesting time. And so, first year, of course, they are freshmen and organized. Great. And at the end of the research, in the third year, they become senior students. So that's great. The students show the change as they become, as they move on to 12th grade. So that was quite impressive and interesting. Tosan, thank you.
Thank you very much for the very valuable presentation. And Sato, regarding focusing on the local issues, I think that's very important. And having the perspective of others is also very important, I understand. So, use of the e-bike for commuting to schools in this area. Usually in the urban areas, the bikes are used for commuting because it's more convenient, but in this area, it's not the same. They use the e-bike because there are no other mode of transportation. So I think the approaches are too different. In the downtown area, just like when traffic safety is educated to students, it's more like to scare them and try to be careful. And there are many very odd behaviors of the bikes that can be observed, but most of them would have never happened if the drivers of the cars behave themselves. So it's a bit different. But here in this case of Nose, the students actually envision themselves driving the vehicle and then looking at themselves as riding the bicycle and have that perspective. So it's totally different approach. It's more advanced approach, I think, for achieving the traffic safety. That was my impression. That was a very impressive comment. Thank you very much. In implementing this project and workshop, Professor Yoshida is the one who actually installed the cameras on the bikes and did the analysis, and Professor Yo was responsible for holding workshops. Both Professor Yoshida and Professor Yo, as I mentioned in my presentation earlier, said that just focusing on the negative aspects would not do any good. So while pointing at the negative points, the good points and the improvement should also be focused. So that's the posture of those two professors. And what you just mentioned, the comment that you just gave me, I think is correct. Yes, what danger, what risk exists. In order to understand that, you have to think of the real, in the real time, the scenario when you are put into danger, but that alone would not lead to safe and secure transportation. As you just mentioned, those students may will become the active road users in the future, and having that perspective is very important. If the professors have anything, yes, I'd like to make some additional comments. The riding of the bicycle by the students, looking at the record, there are 4 categories that I could identify. 1, risk-taking categories. Knowing that the risk is there, but dare to take risk is one category. And also some overconfidence activities, like actually not evaluating the risk properly, and also the passive risk category, meaning that you have to take the risk. You don't have the choice but take the risk. So each of these categories try to identify how to minimize the risk. And just Professor Kitamura mentioned, the student try to identify what should be. And through the discussion, student, for example, said that stop and let the vehicles pass by fast to minimize the risk. This kind of risk-evading behaviors were actually implemented by some students, and showing that these students try to understand better how to minimize the risk. And I think that was the point where leading to the largest changes in the mindset and the behavior. So not knowing what to do is the pattern that we can observe quite often among students of junior high school and high schools. But understanding what actions to take in order to minimize the risk, that's more effective. And the students have learned that through this project one by one.
Thank you very much. Professor Yo, please. I think Professor Yoshida's comment is very important, meaning just pointing out bad thing is not enough. This is Yo from Osaka University. And for the past 3 years, I've been working with high school students on this workshop. And what I thought important is that high school students or bikers are perceived as weaker ones in traffic accidents usually. However, when I had a discussion with them, they came to a lot of realizations. So if we teach appropriately, they can change their behaviors, and they started to see it as community issue. And when we started to discuss about it, they came up with many different ideas, and they created very attractive movie. They are quite capable. They are powerful people. And community people and local government people found about it, and they were impressed by what high school students can do. So what's great about it? They gain confidence, and they also gain trust. They learn that if they want to do something, people around them and adults around them can support them. And also, they started to have more sense of contribution to the community. And and we could nurture them over 3 years time period. So in community building activity, we engaged high school students, and I think this approach is very important, especially in this kind of mountainous area, because this is very area which lacks money and talents. Thank you. Probably it's time to finish Q&A, but I just want to take one more question. Any comments or questions? Anything? If no, just let me say one thing. I don't know if this is the right place to make this kind of a comment. In this project, we got great support from IATSS Secretariat. This project directly make impact to high school students. So, safe management of the project was very important topic. We were very concerned about that possibility when we had initial discussion with Secretariat. So we bought insurance policy and we did lots of arrangement and coordination with school side. And Honda's expert of traffic safety actually visited on site to the school and gave guidance about the safe way of riding bikes. And Professor Yoshida also provided actual training to those students. So we received lots of support from the Secretariat because minor accident could make a great impact. That's why we had a good communication between the Secretariat and the school. So maximum care was given to safety management of this project. This might sound basic, but this was a very important thing, and I got significant support from the Secretariat, so I just wanted to say thank you. I'm so grateful for your support. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know whether I am using the accurate language or not, but one of the purposes of the IATSS is to create the traffic safety culture. When it comes to the safety education, we need to first offer the safety environment and have the community engagement to create the traffic safety culture. And I think this project had tried to elevate the level of that. So in 2023, reporting program was able to end with this particular presentation. I think it was very meaningful. So please give a big round of applause to Mr. Kitamura. Thank you very much. Mr. Ota, thank you very much for your moderation of the latter half of this program. In closing, we would like to ask the chairperson of the Planning Committee of the Investigatory Research Department, Mr. Tomohiro Ichinose, to give us the commentary. Chairperson Ichinose, please. I'm a chairperson of the Planning Committee of the Investigatory Research Department. My name is Tomohiro Ichinose. Thank you very much once again for joining IATSS FY 2023 Research Project Reporting Program today. The FY 2023 project number was 16, which is more than ever before. And today, we had selected 4 best projects to be reported. As you have already heard, the first report was the project to promote the safety of signalless pedestrian crossing. And the second report was about the project that clarifies the potential of the health-related accidents in Japan, China, and Thailand. The third project was the project with numbers from government and academia, which is government-based collaboration project and research on efficient accident prevention measures using artificial intelligence. And the last fourth the report was a social contribution project involving the target high school, local residents, police, and road administrators. So this is the education of the traffic safetyness and creating the community. And all of those were really typical of IATSS and quite diverse. Also, Q&A session followed by each presentation. I saw a very active questions being raised. I am very grateful for your active participation, and I think it is going to be a great source of inspiration for the future research. IATSS is hoping to materialize the idealistic traffic society and continue to respect interdisciplinary and internationally and engage in free and vigorous research and research. We look forward for your continued guidance and encouragement. Regarding the 12 themes that were not reported today, the research report will be posted on the IATSS website in the final year of the project. So I hope that you will be able to read that on our website. Finally, I have an ask. We would like to receive your opinions on today's theme and also on IATSS as a whole. And we would like to use them as a reference for our future. And people who are present here today, please fill in the opinion sheet. And for those who are participating remotely, the survey will automatically appear on your computer when you leave the room. We would appreciate if you could answer the question before turning off the computer. Now we are taking a break, and then we will move to the IATSS Award presentation ceremony. So we look forward for your continued participation. And we would also like to ask everyone who's participating remotely to continue watching. Once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for participating in this research reporting session, and I would like to conclude my remarks. Thank you very much, everybody. Chairperson Mr. Ichinose, thank you very much. So this concludes FY 2023 IATSS Research Report Project Reporting Program. Thank you for listening carefully and having lively discussion for a long time. So we'd like to begin the 45th award ceremony for FY 2023 fiscal year. Mr. Takeuchi, Mr. Ogawa, please come on to the stage. Mr. Kusunoki, Mr. Kodama, please come on to the stage. First, I would like to introduce the distinguished guests. First, Deputy Director General, National Police Agency, Mr. Yoshinobu Kusunoki. Next, Deputy Director General, Cabinet Office, Mr. Katsutoshi Kodama, the counselor to the Chief Policy Officer. Next, Deputy Director, Department of Transportation, Mr. Yutaka Kobayashi. Now, we would like to ask their chairperson, Mr. Takeuchi, to greet you. I am Takeuchi, the president of IATSS. I am delighted to be able to hold the 45th award presentation ceremony today. And I would like to greet to you. And in order for as many people to be able to participate, we decided to hold this on hybrid manner again from this Keidanren Hall and also remote participation. And we are able to have Mr. Kusunoki and Deputy Director, Department of Transportation, Mr. Yutaka Kobayashi, and from Cabinet Office, we have Counselor to the Chief Policy Officer, Mr. Katsutoshi Kodama. And thank you very much for taking time out of your very busy schedule. IATSS Awards was established with the aim of contributing to the promotion of the science and the development of the healthy transportation society by presenting awards to research and activities related to the realization of ideal transportation society. This year, from many candidates through a rigorous screening and selection process, 1 achievement award, 1 literature award, and 1 paper awards are going to be commended. I would like to congratulate all the winners. We will discuss the details later on, but I would like to wish for your further success. And that is how I would like to conclude this opening remark. Congratulations, everybody. Now, Award Grants Department Planning Committee Chairperson, Mr. Kazuhisa Ogawa, will report on the progress of the selection and screening of the Society Prize. I am Ogawa from the Planning Committee and Award Grants Department. I would like to report how we had selected those awards, and I'm very happy to be able to announce this 45th award presentation ceremony. And I would like to report the progress of this award. We offer Achievement, Literature, and Best Paper Award. And we have different selection criteria. And for the Achievement Literature, the Achievement Award, Awards and Grants Department and Planning Committee is giving the vote of confidence and then presented to the Board of Directors. And Achievement Award evaluates outstanding result in traffic and safety. Out of 17 candidates, Utsunomiya City, Haga Town, Utsunomiya Light Rail companies, dialogue with residents fosters a new form of public transportation. Haga-Utsunomiya LRT will bring about a future of people and the city that was selected. Let me briefly explain the process. August 26, 2023, Haga-Utsunomiya LRT was opened. The nickname is Lightline. This is the first next-generation tram system, LRT, to be built in Japan. And since the local characteristic of the car-centered life, they started by raising awareness of LRT, distributing pamphlets, and holding more than 1,000 briefings to promote understanding from the community. The route concept is characterized by the formation of a network-type compact city that aims for sustainable development as a core city. Facilities necessary for daily life, such as housing, medical care, welfare, commerce, as well as industrial and tourism buses will be created, and connecting transit center will be developed and connect major stops. The convenience of transferring between each mode of transport is enhanced. And also, they had considered the culture of the location and introduced the lightning design for the interior design, and also selection of the stop's name, and also the seasonal invited the community for the name rights and donations. It was quite active. So, Lightline opening was realized through dialogue and collaboration with residents to create a new form of public transportation in regional cities amid a declining population. This precedent case can be widely used in regional cities in Japan with similar problems. It is highly appreciated as it contributes to the realization of better transportation society. The Literature Award, we aim to create a better transportation society from the new editions of publications from the past 2 years. This year, out of 38 works, Vincent Fuji Yumi's The Walkable City in France, a designing city that makes you want to walk, was selected. This book was a detailed introduction to the development of walkable cities in many French cities with a population of more than 100,000 people over the 10 years from 2010 to 2022. By introducing the examples of walkable urban development in Paris and other French cities, the book disseminates in an easy-to-understand manner the methodology for promoting the reorganization of urban space, the reorganization of mobility carried out with the control of automotive traffic in central city, the residential redistribution of road space and pedestrians, and the enhancement of the public transformation, along with the political, social, financial, and historical background. And timing is just right when the walkable city is in the spotlight. The content is easy to understand with many examples, and it is convincingly presented with visuals based on statistics, providing insights for researchers, government officials, and citizens. In particular, it is important for promoters and citizens to share not only technical theories like development of pedestrian spaces and traffic environments, but also vision and purpose by clarifying the characteristics of local governments, politicians, administrations, project systems, financial resources, human resources, and social solidarity, which are the keys to the implementation. These ideas can be adopted even in Japan with different historical and social background. Based on the above, we judge that this work is worthy of the literature category. Third, The Papers Division honors outstanding authors from papers published in the Society's Journal, IATSS Review, and the English Language Journal, IATSS Research. This year, we reviewed 9 papers and editorials from IATSS Review 47-2, 3, and 48-1, and 56 papers from IATSS Research 46-3, 66-4, 47-1, and 47-2. Of 65 candidates, Mr. Sujata Pas and Pritam Sahar's evaluation of risk factors for road accidents under mixed traffic case study on Indian highways was selected. In emerging countries, the automobile traffic is increasing rapidly due to economic growth, and the traffic accidents have become a major problem. Although many studies have already been conducted analyzing traffic accidents, but like expressways in West Bengal and other risk factors have not been taken into account in previous studies to date. In this study, it investigated the 13 locations about the characteristics of the multifaceted road, such as surrounding land use, traffic conditions, for the targeted area, tried to understand the cause by associating them with data. Then found out various factors affected accidents, such as access to the central block, sidewalk, and shoulder conditions, vehicle driving conditions, time of day, number of lanes, and so forth. As analysis, the occurrence of accidents is parameterized by Poisson distribution. Meanwhile, the risk of traffic accident is only by a qualitative assessment based on statistics, but succeeded in understanding risk factors in mixed traffic. In India, where data is not sufficiently developed, the research was done by collecting data from field surveys and quantitatively grasped the accident risk. This can provoke knowledge and can be referenced in developing countries where motorization is progressing, and we highly value that the paper, with honest data collection and analysis required to respond to the rapidly increasing risk of traffic accident in developing countries. This concludes summary of the selection. I would like to express my deepest respect and heartfelt congratulations to the award winners for their hard work and outstanding achievement. Congratulations once again.
Now, we're starting to announce and deliver the IATSS Award. Mr. Takeuchi, please come forward. We start with the Achievement Award, only one selected this year. For 2023, IATSS Award for Achievement, Utsunomiya City Haga Town Utsunomiya Light Rail Company dialogue with residents fosters a new form of public transportation. Haga-Utsunomiya LRT will bring about the future of people and the city. On behalf of the project, Mr. Tomonori Higashi, the Deputy Mayor of the Utsunomiya City, and Mr. Muroi from the Construction Department, as well as Town Mayor of Haga Town, Mr. Ozeki, as well as CEO of the Utsunomiya Light Rail Company, Mr. Takai, will receive the awards. Please come forward. to the podium. The IATSS Award for Achievement. The new form of public transportation fostered by dialogue with the residents, Haga-Utsunomiya LRT will bring about the future of people and the city. To the Utsunomiya city, this is to certify and commemorate the achievement in and contributing to the idealistic transportation network. 2020, April 12, 2024, IATSS Chairman Takeuchi Kazuhiko. Congratulations.
クリスタル盾並びに副賞として賞金の贈呈をいたします。
The commemorative shield of crystal and prize money are presented.
室井さんへお受け取りいただきます。
ありがとうございます。
Mr. Murai is to receive.
芳賀町様に表彰状が
For and the certificate of commendation is given to the Haga town. Congratulations. And for the Utsunomiya Light Rail Company, the certificate of commendation is presented. IATSS Achievement Award for Utsunomiya Light Rail Company. Congratulations.
So
we're going to take the group picture. Once again, congratulations. Congratulations. Next, we'll move on to the Literature Award. One winner of the Literature Award for this fiscal year. The title of the literature is Walkable City in France, Designing a City That Makes You Want to Walk. Ms. Vincent Fujii Yumi will receive the award. Please come forward. IATSS Literature Award for the Walkable City in France, Designing the City That Makes You Want to Walk. Ms. Vincent Fujii Yumi, this is to certify and commemorate your achievement in this literature. April 12, 2024. IATSS Chairman Takeuchi Kazuhiko. Congratulations.
続けてバンソン藤井様にはクリスタル盾並びに副賞と
Again,
して賞金が贈呈されます。
the commemorative shield of crystal and prize monies are presented to Ms. Vincent Fujii.
それでは記念のお写真を撮影させていただきます。
And we'll have the commemorative pictures taken. Congratulations. Congratulations.
続きまして、
We'll move on to the Best Paper Award.
本年度は1件でございます。
One winner for the Best Paper Award for this fiscal year.
画面に向かって贈呈をしていただきます。
So, the Mr. Take, which is present to the screen, the title of the paper, Evaluation Risk Factors for Road Accidents and Mixed Traffic, a study on Indian highways. Dr. Sujata Basu and Dr. Pritam Saha will be receiving the award. Both of these people are remotely participating from India. First, the certificate of commendation.
The IATSS Award Best Paper Award, Evaluation of Risk Factors for Road Accidents and Mixed Traffic, Case Study on Indian Highways. Dr. Sujata Basu, this award is presented to you for your outstanding paper, which represents an exceptional achievement in academic research and a valuable contribution to the realization of an ideal mobile society. April 12th, 2024, International Association of Traffic and Safety Sciences, President Kazuhiko Takeuchi. Congratulations.
Congratulations. 続きましては、ドクターサハに表彰状が贈呈されます。Dr. Saha will be presented with a certificate of commendation.
The IATSS Award, Best Paper Award, Dr. Pritam Saha. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Congratulations.
For the winners, congratulations once again for all the winners. And Mr. Takeuchi, thank you very much.
Now we would like to receive the congratulatory words from our distinguished guests. First, Deputy Director General, National Police Agency, Mr. Yoshinobu Kusunoki, please. Thank you for the kind introduction. I am Kusunoki from National Police Agency. Thank you very much for inviting me today. This is the 45th IATSS Award Ceremony, and I would like to congratulate all the winners, and I really congratulate you again. Ever since it was formed 50 years ago, you have the international viewpoint and addressed some issues against the traffic accidents, and I really appreciate your effort, IATSS. Last year, the number of victims of the traffic accident was 2,678 people, which increased after 8 years of reduction. We see many victims of the children, and the drink driving accidents is happening. So, and also the bicycle accidents is increasing. National Police Agency would like to create the safest traffic road in the world, and we'd like to collaborate with all the stakeholders to sustain the safetyness of the pedestrians, and thus we do the enforcement, and we'd like to leverage the forefront technologies so that the traffic accidents can be reduced furthermore. And bicycle accidents to be reduced. And this diet, we have presented the change or amendment of the road traffic laws. After this, I believe that the award winners will briefly talk about their studies. And I believe All of your studies are quite insightful and will be something of help for our future improvement of the road safety. Your study and researches will be reflected to the administrative activities and economic activities. That is my wish. In closing, once again, award winners and the participants for today, I wish for your health and further success, and also hope for the further improvement of the international traffic safety. And I would like to end my speech. Thank you. Mr. Kusunoki, thank you very much. Next, we would like to invite Deputy Director General, Cabinet Office, Mr. Kodama. Mr. Takizawa, also the Deputy Director General from Cabinet Office, was supposed to be here, but I would like to read his letter on behalf. Congratulations, everyone who had won the award today. An achievement award and other awards had been given from the IATSS, and I really appreciate your effort. In terms of the situation of the traffic accident, well, in long-term view, the number is decreasing, but I see more victims from children, and last year, the number of deaths was 2,878. It's been increased after 8 years of decrease. So the government is trying to achieve the world where we have no traffic accident, and we are working with the stakeholders to materialize such a society, to improve the safety road traffic and railway traffic and maritime traffic. And all the award winners' effort can be applied to the road traffic and train traffic. And future safety activities can appreciate your effort. So, those winners and IATSS, I would like you to continue to face with those problems of the traffic accident, and I ask you to help us our effort. And I really wish for your further success. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Kodama, thank you very much for your remarks. Next, I'd like to ask Professor Benson Fushi and Dr. Basu and Dr. Saha to give the comments of thanks. Professor Benson, please. Ms. Basu is speaking right now. People from IATSS and attendees, thank you very much for this award. I'd like to say thank you to everyone here. And I joined this academic conference in November of 2011, and I had an opportunity to be exposed to many amazing researchers. Thank you very much for this honor. My theme is the city planning, which is aligned with transportation planning. I was asked to separate the books into two. However, if I do that, people from mobility areas will only read mobility book, and city planning people will only read my city planning books. And I wanted to avoid that because I wanted both disciplinary people to read this book. That's why I wanted to combine the two areas into one. And as for the title, I actually decided to change the original title to a more approachable one, give the advice of a publishing company. So my book's title is Walkable City of France. Utsunomiya City and Haga-Machi and Utsunomiya Light Rail Company. They are amazing researchers, and I'm quite honored to receive this award along with them. And actually, they have a plan of extending this LRT. And my theme is to extend transportation network to ensure walkable, safe central city area. So I think this will be representative of such planning. And LRT's success is underpinned by the support by the Japanese government and also the municipal government's leadership. So I think it was a community effort. And in order to leave sustainable city to the next generation, Utsunomiya City and Toyama City and other local cities in Japan started to create and develop new cities. And I'm quite encouraged by that. And I performed many hearings with companies in France and local governments from France. And French people always say there are lots of amazing cities and transportation systems, and they always wonder why I do to come to France. And France sees the increase of population, while Japan sees the decline in population. So transportation planning might be different in two different countries. However, France also have a government of centralized manner, and they still have very active local cities. Including a smart city, I introduced some new ways of city management, and I'm looking forward to seeing more active local cities in Japan, and I hope my book will be very helpful. Thank you. Ms. Fuji, thank you very much.
Next, we would like to hear acknowledgments from Dr. Basu. Dr. Basu, thank you for waiting patiently. Please unmute and give us your speech.
Good evening, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. I extend my sincere gratitude to you all for choosing me as the participant of the IATSS Research Award. Receiving this honor fills me with immense appreciation. I wish to convey my deepest thanks to the organizer of this prestigious award, the esteemed members of the judging panel, and all those involved in orchestrating this event in Japan, Tokyo. This has been an extraordinary journey for me to be bestowed with this recognition. Overcoming the challenges to publish my work was no small feat, and I profoundly thankful for the unwavering support I received. Lastly, I express my heartfelt gratitude to the people of Japan, the IATSS Authority, and Star Inc. for their warm hospitality, even in remote participation. This experience will forever hold a special place in my heart and my memory, and I'm truly grateful for it. Thank you. Domo arigato.
Thank you very much, Dr. Basu.
Next, I'd like to ask.
Next, we'd like to hear acknowledgments from Dr. Saha. Dr. Saha, please unmute and give us your speech.
Honorable President, respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to you all. I am deeply honored to receive the Best Paper Award in recognition of my research in the area of road safety. At the outset, I express my sincere thanks to the International Association for Traffic Safety Science for selecting the paper Evaluation of Risk Factors for Road Accidents Under Mixed Traffic, Case Study on Indian Highways, as the best paper this year. I would like to thank the IATSS Research Journal for considering the work and giving it an excellent publishing platform. I sincerely acknowledge the members of the editorial board and reviewers for providing continuous guidance in giving the work a proper shape and improving the quality of the paper. The research topic is highly relevant to the engineers who are continuously putting their best efforts into making safer roads. It focused on identifying crash risk factors for different types of highways under mixed traffic and estimating the likelihood of crashes for various factors related to roadways and vehicles. It also described how these factors influence a crash incident on highways. I hope the research has contributed slightly to identifying these factors for road accidents, especially in mixed traffic. I acknowledge my institute, the Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Shibpur, which is recognized as an institute of national importance by the government of India, for providing opportunities and necessary support in conducting the research. The Civil Engineering Department of the institute has been actively involved in traffic and safety research for many years and contributed significantly in this area. I also acknowledge the Institution of Engineers India for providing financial assistance under Grant in Aid scheme to conduct the study. Once again, thank you so much for the Best Paper Award, which motivates me and my students to further increase research activities. I thank one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Saha. Congratulations. それでは本年度受賞されました業績部門の業績内容をご紹介させていただきます。
So I'd like to introduce performance the awardees. So I'd like to step forward, but Kusunoki-san is now out of this room for another engagement.
本年度業績部門を受賞されました。
The winner of the Achievement Award for this fiscal year, titled Dialogue with Residents Fosters a New Form of Public Transportation, Haga-Utsunomiya LRT, will bring about the future of people and city. Mr. Haga-Utsunomiya, the deputy mayor of the Haga town will make the presentation. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm very honored to be presenting with this award. So, Professor Morimoto, as the chairman of the Haga Transportation Council, and for other members, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude. So today, the town mayor of Haga, Mr. Ogeki, and Mr. the CEO of the Utsunomiya LRT is here, but on behalf, I would like to make the presentation. So this is the overview of the light line. The total length of 14.6 kilometers, starting from the convention facility in the in front of the Utsunomiya city, through the commercial area and Utsunomiya area. Utsunomiya universities are all located in this area. Through this downtown area, there is the very suburban area sceneries can be observed alongside with the Kinugawa River, and there are the stadiums for the soccer's and baseballs. And then moving on, there is a new town area called Yuinomori, where the land price hike is the highest, and that's the Utsunomiya area. Across there, moving moving on to the Haga area. Haga Industrial Complex is located, and also Kashinomori Park, where the cherry blossoms are in full bloom now, leading to the Haga Takanezawa Industrial Complex. So a total length of 14.6 kilometers. In the red area is the bus, where the redundant with the bus, and the blue is the transit only. And operation hours start from the 4 o'clock in the morning to the midnight to meet with the Shinkansen bullet train, the first and the last train. And the interval is between 6 and 10 minutes, depending on the time of the day. But now the schedule has changed. About 200 per day, and the expressway operation is also started, and the users account for about 13,000 during the weekdays and 10,000 during the weekends, and the total users amount to 2.27 million, which is 1.2 times higher than the original expectation. So we've been working on the barrier-free facilities and incorporating all throughout the design through the construction process, and proof of payment system is implemented here, and the cashless ratio is very high, currently about 97% during the weekdays, and now the train schedule or this LRT schedule is more stabilized than before. These are the pictures taken around the opening day, and the high school students and local residents have gathered to have the parade on the opening day, and about 20,000 people gathered for the opening ceremony. So it has become a very big event. The pictures at the bottom shows the current status. About 7 o'clock in the morning, you see the commuters. So the platform is filled with the commuters. During the weekends, the users of the LRT actually is heading for the commercial shopping centers. So the total light line facilities are newly built, and this is actually using the public transportation or publicly developed, and the separation of infrastructure and operation. For 68.4 billion yen is the total cost for the LRT, but we received the subsidies from the country, and and also 35.8 billion yen were actually incurred on the cities and municipalities. And as to the city and municipalities portion, there are, you see the breakdown here, but Tochigi Prefecture has also granted us with 8.3 billion yen subsidies. And this shows the history of the light line. As mentioned before, this all started through with the dialogue with the community people. In 2004, Utsunomiya City took the initiative in hosting the open house and informal gathering to discuss town planning, transportation network, and LRT, which has led to the creation or led to the discussion at the new transportation system feasibility study to the idea on the comprehensive transportation plan and its operations are summarized, and then at the fifth Utsunomiya General Plan as for our future vision, NCC, Network Type Compact Cities, its position, and then at the master plan for the Utsunomiya City, LRT is positioned as the public transportation network supporting the NCC. And in 2013, the basic policy for East-West public transportation plan was announced, and then in 2015, Utsunomiya Light Rail Company established. The construction started and in 5 years, the actual test drive was started. And there are 3 major characteristics of the light line development. One is the development of the compact town planning and LRT-centered public transportation network. Number 2 is a collaboration with the citizens and the businesses. And number 3, zero carbon transport realization. So as to the number 1, the town development, the sustainable development, even in 100 years from now, the city is expected to sustainably develop, and building the foundation is the idea here in the network compact city vision. So each of the central locations of the areas within the cities are connected to form the transportation network, and it is important to have the different modes of transportation all connected together with the LRT. So not only the LRT, the bus routes are reviewed and changed, and there are many on-demand taxis, but the taxis are also put into consideration in this planning of the transportation network, and the transit centers are also developed. And for the transit passengers, joint fees also needs to be taken into consideration, and that's what we did. So together with the light line development, we developed the transit center, and this slide shows the transit centers. There are transit centers at each of the connecting point. The bus and light line that can be easily transferred, and there are the park and ride parking lot also made available, and users of the public transportation can use this parking lot free of charge. As to the bus routes, rather than reducing the number of buses because of the LRT, we try to increase the number of buses for the convenience for the local transportation. The local transportation is also connected to transit centers, so that the use of the bus and local transportation would enable all the residents to move around freely as they wish to. And of course, Utsunomiya City and Haga Town never had this tram line before. About 70% of the residents use the cars, so it's a more car-oriented society. So since 2004, we started holding open house meetings and the citizens forums, and also the town meeting to explain about this LRT. Especially in terms of the dialogue with the local communities. The route actually goes through the north of the elementary school. So when the plan was introduced to the community, there are many concerns expressed, like when the LRT crashes with the cars at the crossings, the vehicles may crash into the school areas, and the noise and vibrations are also the concerns. So we actually held 7 meetings with the mayors present to explain to the local communities, and we took 3 years to discuss and communicate the issues and the challenges, and solicit the collaboration and implemented the safety measures. So not only the improvement in the approaching indicator and traffic signals, we also took those measures as indicated here. Based on that, the school children themselves have decided to express their gratitude to have the LRT available, because that will enable these two children to have the off-campus activities as well. And they have actually arranged and organized this thank you event. And with the collaboration with the citizens, include the soliciting the ideas of the car designs and the pet names and names of the stops and so on. And the collaboration of those businesses along the roads is also very appreciated. One of the major automotive companies used to run their own the buses for the commuting, but they have discontinued that, but instead solicited the employees to use the light line. And it also contributes to the reduction in the CO2 reduction, which leads to the number 3, zero carbon transport. The light line is powered by the biomass power generation and the PVs 100%. As Utsunomiya Light Power Company is supplying all the powers, but these are the renewable energies are produced and consumed locally. This is not only for the light line, but for the local bus routes of the Kanto Transportation Incorporated. Also have this zero carbon initiative implemented using the Green Innovation Fund of the country. And so we have the overall initiative targeting towards zero carbon. With the light line, for the town development, we can expect the increase in the population and increase in the number of high rises and increase in the land prices as well. At the local communities facing with the declining populations, we can work together with the Utsunomiya City, Haga Town, and Utsunomiya Light Rail to use the light line to actually become the model for the suburban cities, so that we can achieve the sustainable city.
Thank you very much. Now, in closing, we would like to ask Executive Director, Mr. Nobuyuki Kawai from IATSS, to give the closing remark. Executive Director, Mr. Kawai, please. Hello everybody, I am Kawai, the Executive Director of IATSS. Thank you very much for joining this research project reporting program and award ceremony of IATSS. That is for our fiscal year 2023. At this venue, we have Deputy Director Mr. Kusunoki from NPA and Deputy Director General Mr. Kobayashi and Mr. Kodama, Councillor. And we have many other participants, including the community members, stakeholders, and remotely participating members. And this opportunity was given only because your ordinary guidance and support. Once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude. As you know, International Association of Traffic Safety and Science, IATSS, was founded in 1974. Since then, we have gathered the knowledge and experience from wild areas and did the research, study, and discussions about how we need to exist as a traffic society. And we have covered the frontline members, which is 60 members, And also we have the Investigatory Research Division and the Publishing Division and Award Granting Division, IATSS Forum Division, and other expertise divisions to run the activities which are quite interdisciplinary and international, which can be led to the proactive and the foreseeable activities. We are marking 50th anniversary this year, and in September we have this ceremony to mark this 50th anniversary, and in November we have ICSC International Automotive Safety Conference in Ehime Prefecture, and in December we are going to have the gifts celebration. We have many events to come, and we will announce those events to all of you, so please consider to participate in those events as well. Not only in Japan, but from a global perspectives, traffic-related social and cultural environment are rapidly changing. We at IATSS are hoping to realize ideal traffic society, which was noted by Honda's founder. Along with the members of this IATSS and the Secretariat, we are going to continue to do this effort with futuristic standpoint, so please continue to support us. Thank you once again for joining us today. With that, we would like to end FY 2023 IATSS Research Project Reporting and Award Ceremony program. We will collect the survey form at the reception. If you are participating online, you will receive the survey after you leave the Zoom. Please support us. Thank you once again for joining here today. We hope to continue to gain your understanding for IATSS activities.